Recording in progress.
Everything's muted, so feel free to talk.
Okay.
No one can hear us.
Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Your buddy Adrian today.
Oh, how's he doing?
Good evening, everyone. It is 6 p.m., and my name is Darrell White, and I will call to order our PCDC August 19th meeting, regular meeting. We will have the call to order. I will do the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag, Texas flag. Then we'll have a moment of silence. There will be a period of where we'll have items of community interest. Following that, we'll have a period of public comment, and then we'll go into the public hearing process. So if you would, please stand with me as we do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Jerry, we're on item 3, items of community interest. I'll let you go first if there's any items that you wish to mention, and then we'll go around with board.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening to our board, to our citizens, and to the business community. I want to get started real quickly on item number 3, which is the items of community interest. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the fact that exactly on today, which is really interesting, we did not plan this, but today actually marks the 25th anniversary that Pflugerville Community Development Corporation was actually started. It was actually started on August the 19th, 25 years ago. So a lot of this comes in part to the board, to the council, to the citizens, and to the business community for having the vision back in 2001 to start this organization and to really see the opportunity to grow sales tax and to grow jobs in the community. The going joke that I remember former Mayor Gonzalez would always say, that when they started PCDC, you could not buy a pair of socks inside the city limits of Pflugerville. And so today, we can buy a pair of socks in Pflugerville. And I want to say one of the councilmen said now we can also buy shoes. So there's some progress being made. So definitely want to thank everyone. There's the community is what's really important in this organization, and making sure that our businesses not only feel seen and heard, but valued. So super excited, and thank you all for your contribution as board members. You guys do this obviously with no types of compensation, but more so just a passion for this community and wanting to see the businesses here in this community thrive, which ultimately means that the citizens are going to thrive as well. And so we have a little token to say thank you all for serving on this board. And they're making it seem like you guys are getting ready to get a cash prize. So come on and just so just a little thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules and serving in the capacity of board members, and really look forward to seeing that this organization continues to grow over the next 25 years. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
The next item that we have. So I'm going to yield to Adam on this particular slide here. This is something that he's been working really hard at doing, and I definitely want to give him the opportunity to be able to come to the microphone and speak real briefly about this particular item. Is the microphone on?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Good evening. So we started the podcast a few weeks ago, but we've been planning for it for a few months. Our recent one with Ed Curtis and Jerry Jones, and then we had another one with Miss Mott. We've had two others with small businesses, and so we're designing the podcast just like our newsletter around the 4 pillars of economic development: business attraction, expansion, small business entrepreneurship, quality of life, and workforce. And so we're bringing people in from the city, from all around, to do podcasts and kind of educate, not only educate, but help give resources out to the public. And we've had some really good feedback. The podcasts have been viewed about 4,000 to 5,000 times, which is really nice. We're on Spotify, YouTube, and today on Apple. So that's it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you guys have not signed up on either of those platforms, really would ask that you go and visit one of either or all of them, whichever one you preferably use. I will tell you, it was really a treat and an honor to sit down with Ms. Mott. Just the wealth of information that she was able to provide. Just as someone who's minored in history, I just love to have the opportunity to sit down and talk with someone who remembers a community when they were at 200 and something people, and to now today to be over 70,000. It's an opportunity that a lot of people don't think about. But to have that opportunity to be able to literally sit there and hear her thoughts about growth and the community and economic development, it was really something that was beneficial, probably going to end up being one of my favorites of all times. The next item, I believe, is something that I wanted Juliana to come up real quick and talk about. This is really shaping up to be one of our signature events, and just really blown away at how quick this thing is already taken on just this year already.
Hi, good evening. So VentureFest this year, it's going to be very similar in a way of how we did last year. So we're going to have 5 days, 2 days focused for workshops, so deeper sessions, so they can learn hands-on, learn and do it. The third day, we're going to have the Women's Summit. We're very excited about that one. We're going to do it at the movie theater again. And the fourth day and the fifth day, they're going to be open conferences with speakers, roundtable discussions, pitch competition, office hours, and a lot of networking and connection. We're going to do the fourth day on spare time taxes, and the fifth and last day on the Marriott.
And how many do we have already signed up?
More than 100 people sign up to be attendees, and we have about 45 speakers confirmed, and we still have more to confirm this next week.
And how long was the process open to sign up for to attend VentureFest? When did it first open?
It's been open since last year, so they can go into the website and register. But we're been doing for the past 3 weeks, 4 weeks. 4 weeks. We've been doing the marketing and the sign up for this year. But we leave it open for in the website, so whenever they access it, they can register, pre-register, let's say, and we can always grab their emails and send them an invitation.
So thank you so much. And as we see this take place this year, we are integrating a few technologies. Juliana and Adam have been really working hard on wanting to see more connectivity and more networking take place amongst the attendees. And so they're working on a special app that Adam is building out that will allow you to be able to scan someone who's attending the event and be able to quickly transfer their own contact information that they feel comfortable with putting on their page to share for networking purposes. So really cool opportunity to be able to see that there's a lot of energy involved in this opportunity. Some of the numbers that have been going on the webpage as far as visits, even after the fest was over last year, has been insane. And so we're already starting to see that pick up again this year, and really excited about what is going to happen this year. So
What are the dates?
it's going to be September the 26th to October the 2nd. Am I right?
The
First, yes.
So the workshops are going to be September 26 and 27 during the weekend. We've been hearing from the small businesses, they needed something away from the week so they could attend. Also more hours. And Women's Summit Tuesday the 29th, and it ends on October the 1st.
Okay, thank you.
And I forgot, we're doing podcast, the live podcast live during the sessions as well.
Yeah. You can tell that what is taking place this year as far as the Venture Fest and how it's being received this year versus last year, that folks get it, they understand, they know what it is, and they're excited about it. I think I can speak for me and Adam when I say we did not have 48 speakers confirmed by this time last year. I think we'd be lucky if we said we had 25 speakers confirmed by this. He said 2. It was very hard to get people to see what we saw, right? And so they were like, don't know about this. But now we send one email and everybody is responding saying, absolutely, we want to be a part of it. So it really goes to show you that sometimes the vision of that you have to wait that next time around for people to want to buy into something that you might have seen the first time around. So I think this is the last item. No, it's not the last item. We had an awesome week thus far. I hope it gets even better. Thanks to our continued growing relationship with Q Branch, we had cohorts here from Canada, Israel, Germany, and Japan. I really want to thank this team. They have changed out this room over the last 2 weeks, probably 3 times easily in one day. That is how many times we've had different people in this space. And we're not talking about just business, but we're also talking about community organizations also who have been using this space, and they have been just changing it out. Literally, we had Japan business leaders here this morning, and we just literally flipped it over and have it for our board meeting tonight. Earlier Monday, we had Canada, Israel, and Germany here, and these are businesses that are trying to figure out how to get into Texas, and it's our job to try to figure out how to help them get into Pflugerville. So definitely was appreciative to Q Branch. We were their presenting sponsor this year for their All Nations event that they have had, that they're still going through today. I think it wraps up tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And so this has been one of those, Super Fed Nova is also here. It's just been one big dual defense conversation. And this is just the beginning, in my opinion. I really see that as we continue to build our relationship with Q Branch, it can get a whole lot better. So I know we have for certain one more. And so I know that this organization believes strongly in making sure that we're putting the best product out in front of the citizens. And in order to do that, you have to have the best staff members. In order to have the best staff members, besides having a good work culture, ethics, and personality, you also have to have this thing called education. And so we want to make sure that they always have the opportunity to have training. And so our 3 newest members of our staff attended the basic economic development certification process in South Lake, Texas, this past week, and they did a phenomenal job. They brought me back their certifications. They're super excited. And so we're excited that we have an organization and have a board and have a community that's willing to pour into our staff so that our staff can bring back those tools and resources to help make this community better. So I want to thank them for their dedication, their time. I won't tell you how many years ago I got my basic certification, but you guys are making me feel quite old now. So I don't know to say thank you, but thank you. Yeah, I don't even want to think about the date. It's that far back. So really appreciate you guys for taking the time to invest, not just in yourselves, but into this community as well. So thank you. And I believe that that is the last slide on this topic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do any of our board members have an item of community interest that they wanted to speak on? We will move to our next item. The time now is 6:16, and this is where we move to the public comment portion. And tonight, we have a person who wishes to speak, Najeen Bernard. And Najeen, if you would like to move forward to the microphone where I just give some basic information about the public comment process. In accordance with the Texas Attorney General's opinion, any public comment that is made on an item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by the PCDC board. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the PCDC board. Each person providing public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. And I did introduce you by name, but if you would provide us with your name as well, and you have your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Najeen Bernard, and I've been a proud Pflugerville resident for the past 11 years. My son attends Hendrickson High School, and since 2017, I've also been a local small business owner. I'm the founder of Jeannie's Caribbean Elixirs, a cold-pressed juice company that I would very much like to grow here in Pflugerville. Yesterday, I met with PCDC staff seeking assistance in identifying a brick-and-mortar location for a future juice bar. During that conversation, I learned that Pflugerville currently has an approximate 2% commercial vacancy rate. While that speaks to the tremendous growth in our opportunity in our city, it also presents a significant challenge to small businesses that want to establish themselves here. Most of my customers are currently located in Austin, where I sell at farmers markets. My company has also provided corporate catering for Google, Facebook, Expedia, and PayPal, and I've demonstrated that there's a market for my products. My challenge now is finding an affordable pathway to bring that business, those customers, and that economic activity to Pflugerville. And I know I'm not the only entrepreneur facing this challenge. That is why I'm asking the PCDC board to consider expanding resources specifically designed for small and growing businesses. One possibility would be the development of a small business incubator or shared commercial space where local entrepreneurs could lease affordable space as they grow. Another opportunity could be creating a food hall or food court concept, perhaps in the new city development along FM 685, where Pflugerville-based food and beverage businesses could establish a presence without immediately taking on the expense of a traditional standalone commercial lease. I would also encourage PCDC to explore low-interest loan programs, microloans, or other financial incentives that help establish small businesses make the transition from farmers markets, such as myself, home-based operations, or shared commercial kitchens into permanent Pflugerville locations. Pflugerville has done a great job of attracting growth, and I believe the next opportunity is ensuring that some of the growth comes from the entrepreneurs who already live here. Small businesses like mine are ready to invest in Pflugerville. We simply need pathways that allow us to do so. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you, Najeen. Jean was the only individual that I had posted to speak during public comment. So that will close this stage of the process, as I'm not aware of anyone else that wished to speak. So we will now move at this time into item 5A for the public hearing. This is item 2026-0810 in accordance with Texas Local Government Code, Section 505.159. The City of Pflugerville Community Development Corporation, PCDC, will hold a public hearing regarding expenditures for the following project being considered by the PCDC. A community engagement grant for workforce training equipment, specifically PTech, Computer Information Technology, CIT, Cyber Security, hardware funding, not to exceed $65,000. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is now open. Do I have anyone wishing to speak on the public hearing item? Having seen none, do I have a motion to close?
Second.
Mark, motions to close, and
Bless you.
Oscar, second. DJ, we'll start with you on the vote. So
Yes.
this is a vote to close. So yes to close?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so 5-0 to close this public hearing on item 5A. Moving on to item 5B, 2026-0811. In accordance with Texas Local Government Code, Section 505.159, the City of Pflugerville Community Development Corporation, PCDC, will hold a public hearing regarding expenditures for the following project being considered by the PCDC. A public engagement grant for workforce alignment, specifically for Industry Leadership Council, strategic alignment funding, not to exceed $5,000. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wishing to speak? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Okay. So Mark and Oscar, Mark making the motions, Oscar made the second to close. And Oscar, I'll start with you.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 Okay. 5-0 vote to close. That moves us into our regular meeting, which is at now 6:22 p.m. Item 6A, discuss and consider action to approve the PCDC July 15th, 2026 regular meeting minutes. I have reviewed the minutes carefully, working with the staff based upon our notes from the last meeting. So I move that we approve the minutes as presented in the packet.
Second.
Okay. Caesar makes, I made the motion, Caesar is second. And so from a vote standpoint, Oscar?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 Okay. 5-0 approved. Item 6B. This is 2026-0806. Review and discuss the PCDC mid-year economic report on the board to the Board of Directors. Jerry?
Good afternoon, board members. Again, I'm going to move pretty quickly through this mid-year report. We're going to speed straight through the introductions. I do believe that you all are fully aware as to who you all are. So we'll get past it, and I'm sure that you obviously know the council, and by now you would know the team. You also, well, this will be for the public. I think this is important information for the public of understanding about primary jobs and how the PCDC's job has historically been and legislatively has been to create primary jobs. That is the utmost banner of like signature move and role of what the PCDC and other economic development corporations are geared to do. We are a type B corporation, which allows us to also dabble in not just primary jobs, but a little of entrepreneurial and innovation as well as quality of life. But when we're looking at primary jobs, a lot of times we hear announcements of different projects coming to different communities, and that, people think that, oh, this company just found this location, right? Well, that's not necessarily how it works. Sometimes it works that way, but it's almost like a red herring. That just is like a once in a lifetime situation. Typically, we receive requests from the Office of the Governor, site consultants who are working for clients looking to land in a particular community or space, or either the direct contact from the actual business themselves, or even a banker at times will reach out to us and say, I have this client who's looking to locate, do you guys have any property that can help them? So we do what you call a request for information, where we respond to that request for information and send back to either of those three parties. Typically, it's to either Opportunity Austin, or it's directly to the governor's office, responding to them on, here's why you should choose our community, and more importantly, here are some sites that you should consider as you're reviewing and gaining interest or information into our community. So on the next slide, this is facts about PCDC. I'm more than sure that you all know this, but again, for the purpose of the community, we're talking about attracting new businesses, creating and retaining jobs, developing the workforce, driving strategic investment, and investing in infrastructure initiatives. One of the things that we did not put on here, but is very important, is developing and strengthening partnerships. We could not do all of this work without having the types of partners that we do have. Clicker. Speaking of partners, so this is just a few of the partners that we work with. It's certainly not all of them. We would have to put maybe 2 or 3 slides up if that were the case. But some of the ones that we definitely wanted to highlight is obviously the Governor's Office for Economic Development, Team Texas, the Chamber, SBA, SCORE, SBDC, Big Austin, Workforce Solutions, Pflugerville ISD has always been a very strong partner of ours, Retail Strategies, the Rotary, EGBI, which is continuing to show its need and why it's so important, especially with working with our small businesses. Again, we continuously see every evening, Monday and Wednesdays, we're seeing businesses come here, take time out of their schedule to learn about how they can improve their business, and in return, improve our community, because their business growth has a significant positive impact on our community. And so the next slide we have is infrastructure development. I am not going to take Darren's thunder from DCS, but just wanted to talk about the fact that a major part of this roadway is now complete. Typically, I will tell you I'm so excited the project is done, and rubbing my forehead, going, "Whew, I'm glad that's over with." I cannot stress to you how easy it has been to work with DCS, Corey and Darren team. If I showed up to a meeting, a lot of times Stacy attended those meetings, but if I showed up to a meeting, it was because I had a business owner who stopped me and complained about something. And if I came into the room, they were like, okay, let's fix it. Obviously you're here because something has disturbed the aura. So what do we need to do to get it fixed? And I mean, they handled it. They got to it and fixed it. So I have been extremely pleased with them. To say that this portion of the project is, and if we can go to the next slide, because I think it highlights the next one. Keep going. I'm sorry. This here. I can't tell you how many projects I have been a part of where I have like a strong disdain for change orders, okay? I absolutely despise change orders. I just do. But to have a project where the change order was only 0.8% of the total cost of the project, I'm still excited and pinching myself because I'm like, that means that what the vendor, what the vendor said he or she would do and what the price was stated is truly in line with what they charged. At least they didn't come back to us to ask for anything extremely extra. So this entire project should be completed by the 19th. This is definitely something that I want to kind of, and this is where I want to really say kudos to the team. In 2024, those RFIs that you respond back to the governor's office and to site selectors, we submitted 9 of those RFIs in 2024, and in 2025, we submitted 9 again. This year, in 2026, we actually have the new packet here. That number is now 35 as of today, and not 31. The highest that this organization has ever been able to submit RFIs for an entire year has been somewhere around 23 RFIs for the entire year. We are already at 35 RFIs, and the year is still not complete. So we do swing at everything that we look like we can take down. So if it has a fit here in this community, and it's not going to get me ran out of here, it's not an oil or some heavy industrial chemical that if it falls on the ground, it singes the grass, and we can supply it, and there's a good average wage for employment, go for it. Let's really go after it, and let's chase after it and really try to work to attract them. Again, Stacy and Andrew have worked really hard in this area of driving up not just the RFIs, but also the relationship building and then providing the information that those relationships need in order to feel as though this is of value to them. So to have that type of, so that's literally 35 times we have been in front of site consultants, the governor's office, or an actual direct business. This is how many times we have actually put the name Pflugerville in front of them and made a case that they should choose Pflugerville. So we're not waiting for businesses to come here and kind of just sitting back on our laurels. We are now in a position where we're going after everything that we believe that we should have. And quite honestly, some of the stuff that we probably might not be big enough for, but they got to tell us that. We're not going to tell them that we're not big enough for it. So they'll have to figure that out once they get here.
And Jerry, to be clear, that's not fiscal year, that's calendar year, correct?
Yes.
So you still got another 4 months.
Oh, yeah. They know we got to get to the number 50.
Say that.
Oh, that was my number. That's my number, 50.
For the benefit of the audience that might be listening, can we talk about what we can expect moving forward with the RFI process? Because we don't, what is the expectation?
So for us, I guess now I'm about to give my secret out. So I don't just want to submit RFIs if they're not going to land something, if we're just sending out paperwork saying, here, choose us, right? So what I've been able to do is whenever I go to site selection events and stuff, Andrew probably didn't know this, I take copies of our RFIs that we have submitted, and I'll say to them, hey, in your free time, you'll be here for 3 days. Can you look at this RFI and tell me if you would respond to this? Would this be something favorable that you actually would respond to? And what I've heard from them is, this is a really good RFI response. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I sat down and was getting ready to do a speed round kind of date with a site selector, and when we sat down and shook hands and I looked him in the face, he said, Jared, we just got through meeting yesterday. He was like, yesterday you had like 3 or 4 meetings. He was like, you guys are running the gauntlet over there. Like, we are super excited about what you guys got going on over there. So that doesn't mean we slow down. I'm saying all these kudos, but that actually means that I want us to accelerate. So I hope the team don't get too excited about these kudos, because That just means I want us to go a little bit faster. But they are doing an exceptional job. I really have to say to each and every single one of them, I kudos to them, really, truly. But this gives us so far 35 times that we have been making a pitch that they should choose Pflugerville and actually explaining the why behind it. And we have a 24-hour policy also. If a site selector sends you a message asking additional information, wanting to know some things about what you sent them, you should be responding to them within 24 hours. That is the expectation. So, and many of those site selectors that have shared with me, at least 2 or 3 of them have shared that our response time is remarkable and that we actually operate as if we want the business to choose us.
Bless you.
Bless you. Next slide. And again, this is a breakdown of all of the RFIs that we've gone after, right? All of the projects that we've submitted for. And one of the things that we're intentionally trying to do is to diversify the types of businesses that we attract here. So typically in most communities, you see advanced manufacturing, especially in Texas, is typically 50 plus percent, sometimes 52, 53%. Here, what we've been able to do is get around 43%. Is that 49? 43. Maybe I should look at the paper that's right in front of me. But here we've been able to get, touch on somewhere around 43%. And then you have food production, semiconductor fabrication, retail food services, defense, military, and software and solar tech. So we're really trying to make a strong push to attract a lot of the business that we believe that we could house really well here, and that they not only would they come here, but they would, and not just survive, but would actually thrive here. One of the things that we always want to pay a close attention to is if every job or every opportunity that we went after was to choose us today, out of all the RFIs that we submitted, we have submitted those 35, they would contribute a $2.38 billion capital expansion worth of dollars to the area and over 7,000 jobs. So this is something that we're definitely paying very close attention to. Even today, there is a project that I have been biting my fingernails all day about and been trying to work on the anxiety, but this is one of those ones that you really want really bad. And it is in front of the state right now today for consideration. So I think tomorrow we have a call to find out some kind of a verdict on what is taking place. But this is what we do. This is why we're excited about doing it. And Adam, I'm trying to speed through the next one, is just the update and talks about announcements. These are the projects that a lot of people don't tend to get a whole lot of excitement about, but they are examples that the businesses that are in your community, much to what was said earlier, they are wanting to grow, whether they are the large employers, spec buildings, small shops, mom and pops. Everybody's trying to grow, and the square footage that they're taking on is also expanding. You look at the project that we've been able to do with Cumberland, that's going to be 20 new jobs. Somewhere around 70,000 is going to be the average for those. EOS is a company that that PCDC invested in and was able to provide them grant dollars. Their U.S. headquarters is located here in Pflugerville. This company is originally from Germany. They located here, and they've been a part of the fabric of this community ever since. And they too now are responsible for, I want to say, 60% of the federal contracts that are coming out of the aerospace relationship with SpaceX. That's the type of businesses that we have here in this community, and they're adding 10 employees and investing another $3 million this year. And there's talks that there could be a possible expansion beyond that in the same calendar year. And then you look at Mobile Trex. Mobile Trex is also another organization that we've funded grant opportunities, and they also are now on the cusp of possibly adding, well, not possibly, they have added staff to their front office, and will be also working to add additional staff in their back office, and have expanded their footprint by about 18,000 square feet or so, give and take. So this is the type of growth that it's not going to get the front page of the newspaper, but it is showing that our businesses are thriving, and they are needing the space to expand and grow.
Or put it another way, we learned during the pandemic that our small business and local businesses are the backbone of the economy. If they're not
Absolutely.
thriving and being supported, then the rest of the economy won't run.
Absolutely.
Excellent work.
So the just highlights again, want to make sure that we are going out and seeing our businesses, visiting with them, finding out what their needs are. So far, as of today, we've made 115 visits. That is visits between Stacy and between Juliana. Juliana tends to go and meet all of our small businesses, mom and pops, restaurants, retail, specialty shops, and Stacy goes and meet our tilt wall, more primary job related businesses, and find out what do they need, and then go back and help provide those resources or connect them to the people that they need to meet with. Again, those retention projects that we talked about and the expansion projects that we spoke about. We've talked about workforce development. We'll continue to be working with our ISD and Workforce Solutions. And at some point this year, we're going to also have Stacy make a presentation on workforce, but we're getting ready to go back to tip strategies and work with, there were some of our council members that made some comments about workforce and wanting to dive a little bit deeper into the workforce study. And so we're going to go back to tip strategies and see if they can come in and put a new set of eyes on the workforce study. Now that we've got Stacer Group with Pflugerville ISD, they're getting ready to also build out their CTE building. There are some opportunities to really build some collaboration and kind of take what this initial study was and just take it to another level. We've already talked about Venture Fest. I'm sorry, Adam, we're not going to keep talking about that. Project Nexus, you all should receive next month a very detailed breakdown as to what has been explored and what is being proposed.
So they're on time like they said they would be.
Technically, they probably would have been a month ahead had we not sat there for 4 hours and gone page by page by page and said, we like this, but we don't like that. I don't know about that. Who idea was that? Okay, but if you put that together, we might actually like it. So we literally went through the entire thing, both our team and city staff. We sat down together. Ashley and Matt came over, and we literally, they gave us 3 scenarios, and we absolutely, I think everybody had an equal disdain for phase of scenario 1. But scenario 2 and 3, we said, let's figure out how to make a hybrid of that. And they're going to get back to us and provide us with that information. I will tell you, we have had what I would call record input on what people want to see on this property. I think we're now above the number 2,000 IP addresses is the way I describe it. Adam has all these different softwares that I don't know how he sleeps, but he has all these different softwares that he creates in these apps that kind of can tell you who's saying what and all that kind of stuff. But we've been able to get so much input from folks about what they want to see. And the same time that they're making the statements, somehow Adam has figured out how to have that information automatically transfer to JLL for them to get it in real time, for them to incorporate it into their study and their report. And so we will have a very well thought out presentation next month for you all to review and take apart and pull apart and do like we did. I will tell you the price tag that the future developer, hopefully that we will be able to get to work with us on this project. They could have given me a better warning as to that number, but I think my voice went to like the highest octave it's ever been. But it's understandable when you see next month what we're talking about here. It is a transformative project, and it is truly something that will be a regional draw for this community. So super excited and looking forward to presenting that to you all. This past weekend, I don't really know what we were thinking, but we thought we were doing something really good. And it turned out to be great. We went on Facebook and we said, hey, tell us what restaurants and retail you want here in Pflugerville. And don't just mention them by just typing it in. We want you to et the actual business that you want here in Pflugerville.
I'm going to tell you what my wife said.
Oh my goodness.
You're a very brave man.
Oh.
Doing that. So, I mean,
Walking up
good
to the
job.
hornet's nest and
Yeah,
shaking it
yeah,
like this
he
and
got-
holding on to it.
He put it out there. And
I
so
had
the responses were interesting.
I had no clue what we were getting ourselves into. I am very much so this person that says, let's build this roller coaster ride. And then when I'm halfway up on the top of the roller coaster ride, I'm going, who idea was this? And that's what I felt like. That's what I felt like on Saturday and Sunday, because just within like the first 2 hours, it was 80 comments. And I was like, wait a minute. Okay, whoa. Okay, this is going really fast. And to date, mind you, this was last Friday. There is now 1,000 comments on the. I didn't even have to go and look at our insights to see that that is by far the most commented thread we've ever had in the history of PCDC's Facebook page. I don't even have to go look at any metrics, automatically know. What I will share is that we have reached out to the first 5 that we saw were the most clearly people like, oh my God, if you get them here, you know, we'd be so excited and so happy. We're actually going to grab the top 40 from that list. Juliana is who works with retail strategies, but we also aren't just relying on retail strategies. We have some other tools that we are using to go after and commandeer some of these businesses. And so we're meeting with the property owners. Even as of yesterday, we met with property owners to talk to them about, hey, do you have any available property? Because it's going to take you to sell or lease the land in order for us to be able to get the businesses here. And so we're having both of those conversations at the same time in order to try to identify ways to lure folks here. I mean, we've had a company, Cabo Bob, was on LinkedIn. I mean, literally, they were on LinkedIn and they put on there, we are looking to come to Pflugerville. And one of our, Glenn is a gentleman that's very regional in how he goes around and taunts the region and really touts the region and talks about growth. And he comes in underneath and says, Jerry, I don't know if you saw this, but I'm adding you so that you can see this. And what I did get a chance to see is that the lady said Pflugerville. Everybody else in the comments was like, you ought to come to Cedar Park. You ought to come here. You ought to come there. You ought to come there. And so we reached out to them and we've been working with them to try to identify sites and locations here to try to entice them to come here. But that's a continuous effort for Juliana to be working on VentureFest and then at the same time also work to lure restaurants and retail, and also work with the small businesses through the EGBI programs and all the other entrepreneurial services that we're doing.
You got to give Caesar a lot of credit on that. Caesar talked to them years ago and
That's
told us
okay. That, well,
Done talking to them,
that
and
explains it because we didn't have to sell them on it. They literally said Pflugerville in the message.
developer's been on it. The other one, your
I
good
know.
friend of ours, didn't even know who they were.
I know.
And so I was like, what? How did you go to UT and not know who they are?
Crazy about that place.
I do have a question for the board president. Is this the appropriate time to address the public comment that was made, or should we do that at a later time? Because it seems like it feeds into one another with the small business request and what we're talking about now. Is it,
If we could, when we get to the ATP
okay,
part of talking about the findings of ATP, I think that'd be a perfect time to have that conversation because the presentation that will be made is very much so in line with what, I'm so sorry, Miss Najee referenced. So, and in fact, let me hurry and speed through. That way we can hurry and get to that. That was my call to get on it, Jerry. So if you can go to the next one real quickly. These are the events that we had this year so far. We want to definitely highlight the Forge program. We just got notice today that it either received the bronze or the silver award from the International Economic Development Council.
Excellent.
Good, very good. FAM tour that we did in December of last year received either the silver or bronze, and I'm running blank on which one it is, but it's silver or bronze either way. So the FAM tour received the bronze or silver, and the Forge program received the bronze or silver award from the IEDC conference, and it'll be held in New Orleans in October for those awards. Again, this is EGBI along with the Forge program. This is the top is the classes that people were attending in order to learn how to help grow their businesses. The two pictures to your left are pictures of the Forge program where there were youth entrepreneurs that learned how to do small business from start to finish. We actually grew that class this year. We started last year with somewhere around 17 to 20 folks. This year we had to do 2 classes, and the classes kind of finished out at somewhere around either 38 or 40 entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs. And then this picture on the very far end is one of our site visits. I believe this is the one that was a site visit from Israel, if I'm not mistaken, with businesses looking to come to Texas. And then what I hope to be, oh, nope, you can skip that next slide there. And then go to the next slide. And again, Adam will kill me if I don't say stay connected with PCDC by either signing up for the newsletter or the YouTube channel. And I think that's it. Awesome. Goodness. Thank you. All right. That was a lot.
Thank you, Jerry. That will close item 6B. Now we go to item 6C, 2026-0710. Discussion and possible action to authorize Project FIT, including but not limited to the Monarch Recreation Center funding in an amount not to exceed $4,642,592 for the maintenance and operation costs pursuant to authorized projects under Texas Local Government Code, Section 505.152.
I've never heard of the Monarch.
So we do have individuals with the city, Parks and Recs area, Shane, to answer questions and such that we may have. Jerry, did you have any comments that you wanted to make?
No, well, the only comment that I will make is that the presentation that's on here is the same presentation from the first time that the ask was made. And so we added it on here just in case there may have been any questions that the slides may be able to address or answer. But other than that, that's the only comments that I have.
So are we looking for a presentation or are we looking for a vote?
Well, there is a possible action.
Yeah, that's a
for
possible
vote.
action. Yeah.
And I will say, Shane, I on purpose definitely wanted to make sure I did not miss the lunch and learn on Monday, which was very informative. It filled in some gaps that I had and some understanding from a historical perspective. And I apologize to the person who was leading the presentation. I did not get their name,
Jamie Sabak, yep.
but I thought they were well informed.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Jones, President White, Board and Commission. Shane Mize, Director of Parks and Rec with the city. We did, not a lot's changed since we've come hat in hand last time. This is just formalizing it, so there hasn't been a lot changed. We have met with Parks Commission again and with City Council with the financial sustainability strategist, and we are working on finalizing the recommendation for the membership, which obviously is going to be a huge revenue driver for ultimately what this facility can recover as far as its revenue expectations at the Monarch. We're excited for it to be opening in this February of 2027, and we're working really hard to start to staff up and get people excited about it. It's going to be a facility unlike anyone in the area. And I know it's a bit of a tough economic time for some, but I think it's going to be an offering that not a lot of people have been exposed to in this market, and we're hoping it appeals to them.
So I do have a question.
Yeah, so I have a couple of comments I was wanting to make, and actually, Jerry, when I asked if you had anything to say, I meant to say at this time, because you may have other things to add.
Not at this time.
So he waived it. He can't.
I always want to leave the opportunity, but I want to close the door.
Especially when he wears trash shirts like that, he waits it over there. Over there.
Hey, say whatever you want about this, just not this.
Okay, that's fine.
Could care less about that.
A microscopic thing on his chest. It
Yeah.
does say it has an O and a U, and they're connected, and there's some school somewhere in the United States that uses that logo.
You're right. You're right.
We will not go there.
Didn't even go to the campus. I went
That's right.
to a satellite program.
With regard to project fit, and again, this is an item that has been coming before us at PCDC since earlier this year. As the city moves forward with the Monarch, in other words, with the whole project that's in downtown East, but the Monarch specifically, and they're doing their proper due diligence, and they're coming up with basically this is a new out-of-the-box item, Monarch. So it's not like we can go back and say, okay, this is where they had this exact same product in these 8 states, and this is the trend and all this. We just don't have that. What we have is some comparisons of similar, somewhat, and Shane, if I say anything that's wrong, please, you will not offend me at all with correcting me.
You're killing it. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. The idea is we are creating in Pflugerville a service, a resource for the community, for the citizens, that is a big ask. It is a major step. And for that reason, there are a number of elements regarding it that could play into, from an economic standpoint, how fiscally, and that's dollar, viable is this project going to be over time. So what I was alluding to is, and then this is not the only discussion, but what I was alluding to is that the Lunch and Learn that was held Monday was further deep dive into those things, so that as best we can as a community, as a city council, as leaders, as we go into this, can determine from a financial perspective, how do we need to start rolling this out, cost-wise, not just from what the members pay. With the budget, we have it now set up as an enterprise fund. All I'm getting to is there's been a lot of thought into this. But this is what we do know, and this is why I'm giving that background just briefly. Anyone who has a financial mind at all realizes real quick, once I started seeing some of this stuff, there's a strong uphill climb in the introduction of this facility. And from a revenue standpoint, you've got to account for where's the money going to come from to cover the cost. So what the ask was coming to PCDC with regard to item 6C is that, and I don't even want to say it's a best case scenario. I thought that at one time, but what I think this is this is the ask that we think is reasonable. I'm talking about, and I apologize, the way I'm saying this is not as PCDC coming to PCDC. I'm talking about from the standpoint of the city's ask is that the reasonable analysis indicates that with this amount of money broken out over several years to help offset the funding deficit, this would help match that so that the citizens, through the tax rate and other sources, whether it be fees that they pay, will not be asked to pick this up. So that's in essence what we're looking at today, is with Project Fit, that we allocate this amount of money in writing to the city to have access to, or to the enterprise fund that the Monarch to have access to as they cover their shortfall. Now, based upon what I know now, I don't think it's an unreasonable request, but also based upon what I know now, I don't want it to sound like, oh, I think this is the absolute number. I hope it would come in less. It could come in more as far as what the future need's going to be, but whether those future dollars come from a PCDC 4B ask or some other source, I think that's part of what, if I understood correctly, I think that's part of what that financial expert was getting to, how we can address this as a city. So if I said it accurately, Shane?
I'm going to send you a shirt. You nailed it.
Okay. Well, I will say this. The goats are in the part of town where I live right now, and everyone in my neighborhood thinks that I had something to do with it.
Perfect. You did. Absolutely.
Right, so,
And it's a good thing.
Awesome.
So now, yes, please.
so I remain concerned
Sure.
that, of course, you know, we want to be supportive and we're here to be supportive, but we also have to make sure that we can fulfill our mission. And when I look at the number of RFIs that are out, even if we get a few of them, I need to be sure that I voice my concern about our ability to incentivize new projects coming in over time. So what I would like to propose is, instead of just allocating all 4.6 million at one time, perhaps we could look at funding the first year and then revisiting where we're at year over year to make sure that the PCDC mission is still the priority for making sure that our tax base continues to grow, and also to support you all in what you're doing.
So let me speak to that, and that's appropriate from what you said. And again, if I understood correctly from even the previous conversations that we've had as a board on how this number was being derived and what was said there, in essence, this is, and again, I'm trying to be as specific as possible in the terminology I use, but at the same time, I don't want this to sound like it's coming across as a negotiation, like this is the most it'll be or this is the least it'll be. It's just the fact that rather than talking about generalities, we're talking about specifics. We're talking about real dollars. But the bottom line is what I was looking at with this 4.6 is over that 5-year period, that initial 5-year period, correct?
Adam, can you go to the, I think there's a slide.
Yes. And what goes, and the reason I keep going back to the presentation on Monday, what goes back to it, even
There might not be one.
the consultant was coming.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, there's not one. Okay.
No, it's not. So what I'm getting to is even the consultant was looking through different scenarios of what the shortfall might be. And all I'm getting to is if we were to go ahead and approve this number, this 4.6 plus number, what it does is it identifies from the city's standpoint, the Monarch Enterprise Fund standpoint, what numbers they have potentially available to them to help cover that shortfall. The issue is in the first year, it's not going to be 4.6. It's going to be something in like a 1
I
point.
think it's 2.1 million, I believe.
2.1.
2.1 is the number we're working off of.
Right,
Now,
right.
none of us have crystal balls, right?
Exactly.
We're trying, that's the number we're all hoping it'll be.
Right.
So, but my point is, it's already, it's in the recipe that's been created to make this soup that hopefully we're all going to enjoy, that includes every citizen of Pflugerville, is that first year will probably be the heaviest of the subsidy.
That's what.
And I do believe that it's a heavy lift for even the first year. And I just want to know, can we, instead of allocating the entire amount at one time and then making that money unavailable for any contingencies that might arise for the PCDC, can we look at funding year one only now, and then year over year revisiting where the PCDC is financially? Because we don't know what the economic outlook is going to be for the taxes coming in that we have to work with. So I'm comfortable with 1 year. I don't know that I would be comfortable with allocating an entire 4.6 million at one time and then saying, well, those funds could come back to us later. I just would hope we could slow it down a little bit and do it 1 year at a time.
I think this is my perspective, and maybe it's different because I'm also the same person who's been dealing with is it 4.7, 4.8 billion that we spent on I-35. And we had to do what we're doing with I-35, cap and stitch and the expansion right there. And what we had to do in 2020 in particular was that we had to go back and we had to talk to our separate entities who we had projects built for. And we had a conversation saying, hey, listen, the governor's office is asking us to match at this specific number. I think it was like 1.4, 1.6 billion. And the only way we're going to do that is that we have our projects right now that are available for y'all. And we're going to take that money and we're going to put it toward I-35. Now, what we hope to do is that either not need all that money or have a period of time by the time we refund that specific amount of money to make sure we get it back to you earmarked for those projects so we can move forward with that. And there was a lot of moaning and groaning, a lot of concerns about what was happening right there. Particularly this was happening in the middle of a pandemic. We all remember when we had this discussion. But the reality of the situation was this was a big bet on something that was transformative and would make a demonstrable difference in the not only the region, not only the state, but in our country, given how I-35, everything else works for that. This right here is not too dissimilar of a conversation. What you're seeing on that list right there does not currently exist in our city anywhere. For decades, we have been, for a better lack of term, giving out money to other folks in Round Rock, giving out money to folks in Austin, heck, even in Hutto, for people to go ahead and do these sports and these activities right there as well. This right here, which, the conversation, which is, I think is going to be fascinating next year about this, is that most of the people here still don't even know or understand what's being built right now. This is a game changer. Talking to all the other, I will always be a member of Cowboy Fit, because it's the Cowboys, I always support the Cowboys. But day one, I will be here for this facility and talking to people who own the other gyms around our area. They're telling me, Rudy, this is a game changer. This is a moneymaker. This is going to make a demonstrable difference from that. I think Monday really, really helped to help shape the conversation on this and to make sure you focus council on what you're doing regarding why. And Jerry, you're right about, it'd been great to have that slide that showed the 5 years to show what we're doing regarding that, where we're looking to get solvent. And that made a huge difference, I think, in a lot of people's minds about, hey, listen, what is the asset that we have? Why do we do that? I'd rather, and this is me being conservative, I'd rather earmark, get that money, 4.6, and have it from there, from that aspect, ready to go. And then after that, if we don't need it, if we don't need all of it, then absolutely go from that as well. But my concern right now, based on what we heard from, what was her name?
Jamie Staubach.
Jamie Staubach. Her biggest concern that she expressed to us is that people underestimate what it needs for that as well. So you'd rather go ahead and be in the conservative side, be ready to go for that funding for that as well.
I think you make the point, though. If it's going to be a game changer, if it's going to be fantastic, and we want it to be, then year over year, just like we do for any other project, we trust but we verify. I don't think there's any, I think fiscally responsible for us to make sure that the projections come in as they have been laid out, and then we're happy to continue to allocate funds. But to take an entire 4.6 million now, when we have all of these potential projects in the pipeline, we may run the risk of not being able to incentivize businesses that we're going to give up to another community because we can't compete, because we put our funds into a gym. And I appreciate it. It looks beautiful. I know this is a game changer. But what is the priority of the PCDC? A gym or tax incentives for business?
And maybe that's the way I'm looking at it differently from you. And I would disagree with you on one
That's
thing.
fair.
We definitely did not do that with a certain place that starts with a C and ends with an O down the street, or with the hospital. We definitely put our chips in for that, not knowing what was going to be for, because we were saying we needed a hospital, and we wanted to, and the deal with the hospital was actually contingent with what we were doing with Costco. So we definitely pushed our chips in from there, from that other aspect.
So,
Go ahead.
okay, thank you, Oscar. I have something else I want to say in a moment, but Caesar, at being on council, has been very much involved, even with the subcommittee with Parks and Regs, as this whole thing has been crafted, created, studied, analyzed, you name it. What are your thoughts?
I mean, hearing DJ's option is it's very sensible. I can completely understand that point of view, but we all know that this project is also a P3. There's going to be, and it's going to bring in a lot of revenue for the city. I believe that the amount of revenue that it's going to bring in is going to offset the amount that we're going to have it now. Also, we allocate $5 million, almost $5 million for it right now. We're allocating it, but if the city comes back next year and says we don't need anything, well, we get that back. But if we really need it, it's my opinion, we can always take that allocation back, correct?
You can always have a conversation.
Well, okay, so to that point, let me address this. The idea is this amount would be available for the shortfall. The shortfall is not anticipated to be $4 million.
Right.
The shortfall is not anticipated to be anything other than right now, with an analysis exercise, something maybe around 2 million, which is very close to what we, from the very beginning, had been estimating. So all I'm getting to is as we've been negotiating to purchase this car, and I apologize to all the dealerships out there, we are getting an idea of what the cost is going to be, not only for the purchase of the vehicle, but for the operation of the vehicle while we have it, and the cost of insurance and so forth. With this rec center, the thing we have to keep in mind is that there are certain things that PCDC can fund and certain things we can't. There are certain things that the city can fund, certain things that they can't. This happens to be an item that we could put forth the money and do it in this way so that as the enterprise fund is managing through, they know they have this resource. That's what we're doing. We're making a commitment to them that they have this financial asset that we've identified for them. If they don't need it, that doesn't mean they have to use it. And just like with any incentive agreement, there may be a situation where it reverts back to us because they don't need the draw. Because the whole idea, if I understood correctly, this is being designed to cover a shortfall. It's not designed to be direct funding to the Parks and Regs, Monarch.
Yeah, I think just to speak to everything that's been said, it was voted on in an election. It wasn't something I just came up with one day, right? It went out to a vote, and then we worked with PCDC to fund it so it would have the ability to right-size this community. This community would grow into it. You do 1 square foot per population as the ideal size of a facility, and we had a 23,000 square foot facility for a town of 75,000 residents. We knew we needed to build a newer space, and we've built one that we can grow into. We are asking for the funds to be committed. We're not pulling them unless we need them. And we are doing everything we can to make sure we're hitting those marks. There's startup costs with the first year business. And we're starting mid-year. Now we are coming in the spring, so hopefully everyone will still have a New Year's resolution middle of February that they're willing to jump onto and that we can take advantage of. But when we originally worked with the facility subcommittee team, that was at that time Councilmember Ruiz and Councilmember McDonald and the Parks Commission and Planning and Zoning and those residents that we brought in, the goal at that time was to be 60, 70%, and it always be floated with some sort of subsidy. We are now working towards 100% cost recovery, but in that transition, we've always asked that the first 5 years be available to us because there are facilities that in year one just took off like wildfire and they had all the facility money they needed in year one revenue to cover at cost. But that isn't something that currently I can project or predict.
Correct.
Was that baked into the whole process when you guys did this? I mean, the maintenance fee, how much was actually allocated in the very beginning, right, for the maintenance and operation costs?
2.1 was our guesstimate for year one.
All right, and so, but that's the same 2.1 you're asking for now, right?
Yeah.
So what happened then? I mean, there's a lessons learned here, why I say it, because $4 million's a lot of money, right? That's big overcost, right, to go ask.
Asking for 4.6 year one, just over the course of the next 5 years.
I understand that, but it's not the first time the Parks and Recs has come to PCD for money, right? So it seems to be a repeated issue here on asking for funds for the PCDC. So what's the lessons learned here from the Parks and Recs group?
So this is where I disagree with you. This is what the president said, and maybe we need to talk about what 4A and 4B is. One of the few things that I really enjoy and like about, no offense, everything else about economic development, is that we are specifically allowed for parks and trails. That's what we do. I make the joke about the Melody Ryan Memorial Park, but I mean, I was sitting here, I guess a decade ago. Oh my gosh, how long ago was that? Yeah, it had to be even more than a decade ago when she was coming to PCDC, having the conversation, asking for, hey, listen, this is what we need in Highland Park. This is what we're trying to develop. And I was just like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? What is this thing? And I was like, oh, wait, that's something we can do and authorize? And so for this, I would have the expectation all the time for our Parks and Recs to go ahead and see what we can do about any parks or any facilities, because that's what's been keeping us quality of life wise. One of the top areas in the state is because we talk about that. We have our trail system, we have our park system. And in something like this, I have no compunction from a park standpoint saying about that. To your point, one of the problems that was with 1849 Park over there was that they didn't build M&O in it. So we opened up and we're like, wait a minute. So nobody talked about M&O when we're talking about this bond? Like, aren't we gonna have to hire a whole bunch of more people to do that as well? And that's been the opposite of what's been done here. Now, one of the big changes is gonna happen, and this is me being frank with the council people over here. Yeah, I have the full expectation. Y'all council people over here with this is this. You've got to make a decision about what you want from your park system. If you want cost recovery, you've got to put a policy in that is cost recovery. Because if you don't, to Mark's point, they will continue to be coming here for that as well. Now, that's a conversation that you've got to balance with your citizens, because your citizens here in Pflugerville, and they enjoy these quality of life and these values with that as well. But that's a bigger conversation y'all are going to have to decide on.
Okay. I'll just say,
I will just say that I'm all for Parks and Recs, right? And I'll support this as well. However, we all work on a budget, right? And every time when you want to go do something to a new park that wasn't forecasted, you can't keep going back to another well to go do those type of things.
That's fair.
Right? So we have to stay as much as possible in our lanes, because we do have a budget to fall through.
That's fair.
just to speak to the question you had, there's over 300 cities in Texas that have 4B fund corporations of some taxing entity, whether it's a development corporation like this or a sales tax fund coming to them in a different way, whether it's a city or a different commission. I think over 200 of them use it for quality of life initiatives. Y'all's mission statement has quality of life initiatives in it. We've come in the past for grants that has been offered through y'all's structure of funding for playground replacements and things like that. And then this facility, which I guess I've been here 7 years. We've been working on this for 5 years. Almost all 5 of those years, the expectation was this facility would be geo-funded and some sort of sales tax funded thing as well. And so I just think that's always been a lever that in the past leadership has been comfortable.
Well, I think also
leaning
that
into.
in the next item, I will agree with you 110% that this is going to, that discussion, the argument that you're making will fit that one. This one, I will slightly disagree because it has been, PCDC and the city have been, and Parks and Rec have been talking about this from the very beginning of the Monarch.
And Oscar, hold on. And I'm going to say 2 things. I think you'll appreciate it. And again, I appreciate what you just said, Shane, and the way you said it right there just a few minutes ago. And by the way, how many years ago was it that 1849 Park was started?
I'm glad you asked this before my time. I was not the one that forgot the M&O class. Yeah.
You hit exactly what my point was.
2016, I believe, was the funding. 2018 was when it opened.
We had the committee in 2014.
Oh, there you go.
Right.
Okay.
So I came off council in 2012, so I have no dirty hands with that. So I've told you this before.
Yes, sir.
Never in a public setting like this, but I do think you're very savvy at what you do with parks, and that's a very high compliment.
Appreciate that.
I would not be as comfortable with what we're talking about here if there was somebody else in your position.
I appreciate that.
I'm serious. I'm just as serious as I can be. I also understand even better how we were committing 4B resources from a council standpoint without, I think, really understanding the mechanism of 4A and 4B and how those funds are done and the environment that we operate in within Central Texas and the competition we have in going after other projects. To DJ's point, very well put. But I also understand that as a community, we have 4B funds. We absolutely need to better exercise those in an area where we can truly do the economic development. I went through a period of time from PCDC standpoint that we actually had the idea that, yes, we would fund some park items and some other things where we were allowed to. But what we were really focused on was doing everything we could to get other asset resources within our community to build the property tax base, to build the sales tax base, because we knew if we were just taking the gold out of our own, if you will, pot, and not using it to actually leverage to many other bigger things, we were very short-sighted. I think that may be where, for whatever reason, that became an issue early on in looking at this project. But I also understand, absolutely, that as you're looking at the vision of this, you've got to be realistic as to where the funds can come from. So I'm not saying that 4Bs shouldn't have been thought of. I'm just saying I don't know if it was fully appreciated as to what that ask was going to actually, what the ramifications of that were going to be. But I do know this, better probably than a lot of the current PCDC board members, and that is that we have a number of agreements in this city, and have had over the years, that are not 4B funds. 4B funds are part of the funding of it, but we have 380 agreements. There's a number of other things that the city can do to provide the dollars to those businesses to create that incentive. And so we are now working economic development in the city in a way I think that we're both seeing what our strengths are into making these things happen. I don't think, again, now this has nothing to do with this, but I think it lays over into this. I don't think we're going to be continuing to look at a commitment of 4B dollars just for a park or for anything else without first looking at what is it taking away from the Economic Development Corporation's ability to secure businesses to come in. And when I say businesses, it could be an employer, but it also could be things that encourage items that are directly related to sales tax. I have to be careful on how I say that, right, Stan? Thank you. I'm well trained. So this is where I'm coming from. Where I do not want to be is in a city where the Monarch is open, it is operating. We have people doing incredible things. We have citizens really loving it. And because I actually do know how business works, we're going to have an uh-oh moment and we're going to be short. And I would rather, as a PCDC, be stepping up and saying, okay, we weren't the ones that were making the decision, but we're called upon to figure out a way to help it work. And I don't have a problem with that because I know that any decision that we make as a board has to be approved by the city council. So ultimately, it rests with the city council on how they want the dollars to be used. So in this endeavor, based upon the due diligence that's been done and the request that's been made, I think it is a reasonable expectation to avoid us as city leaders appearing to be not doing the proper due diligence and preparation for a potential financial shortfall in the first 5 years, not the first year, that we anticipate potentially could happen. Oscar.
Thank you. So, a couple of comments. One, kind of off the top, this kind of hits with, well, I had some questions on how we got here, and you kind of answered some of that stuff. I guess the lunch and learn would have been helpful. But so the one thing that this ticks off, which is an irritant for me, is PCDC being seen as a piggy bank for the city for certain things. Amazing project. I emphasized comments made about Darrell. I'm impressed with what you've done. The revitalization of the parks and all that stuff is wonderful. So that's kind of where I get started. That, you know, and I wasn't here then, but I do recall PCDC doing $40 million or something, bond or whatever for this project. I'm kind of what DJ said. You know, my background in startups is sort of along the lines of, you know, you got to stay hungry. And I don't understand the problem. Maybe somebody can explain it. I don't understand the problem of committing to that first year. Because I want you guys hungry and scared that you're going to bust your butt to make sure, you know, either we putting together a great storage to justify more funds next year, or we won't need them. I'm not happy with the, you know, the 4.6 up front. You can kick back and take it easy because you got the cushion. I don't like that. So like I said, I'm kind of perplexed or conflicted on this. You know, I do have a big hang up on the 4.6 for the reason articulated. Also, you know, there's this huge funnel of opportunities coming this way, coming our way, PCDC, that, you know, I can see we could be screwed either way, but, you know, we need to be in the position to make sure that we can support whatever the demands are. You know, even from, I know we're not supposed to comment on public comment, but even situations like that where small and startup businesses, you know. So anyway, I'm conflicted about that whole thing. That, you know, it's a big chunk. So,
Can I clarify something that just hasn't been spoken out loud, and I just want to make sure there's coverage. We won't be taking the 4.6 and holding it until we don't need it to give it back. You're approving a 4.6 in totality. 2.1 is the only thing that's been used for fiscal '27. So we are looking at it each year. We would be looking at it each year, and doing a budget and coming with a number. The 4.6 was the original, here's the 5-year outlook. It was the first stab at the 5-year forecast. It was months ago. And so that's where that number came from. But we're not going to take the 4.6 and give it back to you if we don't need it. We're not going to take any more than the first year at this point.
That's helpful, but that actually makes me think about another question. So, and I apologize if this was covered in Lunch and Learn, but.
No. Actually, again, the Lunch and Learn was for the city council members.
Okay.
And for the expert. I attended basically as a very interested citizen, because I knew this was an element to this, plus my involvement in the PCDC. So it's a situation where, it was not a command performance for anybody else.
Okay. So I'm assuming, and you can correct me, that there's been this pretty detailed effort to get an appreciation and zero in on numbers really needed to make this thing work in the first whatever years. I apologize, I haven't seen that, but I would rather be in a position of, we got your back, but you guys are busting your butt to do all that stuff you need to do to make sure you got the money you need, but we got your back. This to me sounds like we're throwing it out there without really understanding. From my point of view, we're throwing this money out there without fully understanding that other piece. And that's another piece that has me concerned, and I don't know if that makes sense, but.
No, it does.
Can I say something? I think this is the way I articulate this, and I hate to sound like somebody's pastor, but if you could for a second, just hear my thoughts, experience, and perspective on this. What Shane is doing is more than fitting for his job, for his position, for what he's doing. The council has made it very clear, the community has made it very clear that they want parks, recreation trails, and parks. And as any great director of parks would do, he has said, if that is what you all want, I can recognize a leader who is hungry to beat every competitor around them and be able to tout the community that they serve. That is what Shane does. He is a go-getter, and he is I'm going to show you better than I can tell you type of leader when it comes to Parks and Rec. What we've come to in today's time period is something that is, he's standing here, but he is not the one responsible for where we are today. As you all were talking, I'm not normally quiet. We all know I'm not normally quiet, but I was sitting here thinking about last year when the Wells Branch project came up. The park came up for $1.5 million last year. And the question that was asked by Darrell was, we want to be great partners with the city. Are there any future items that we should know about in the future as it relates to future funding? That was the question that was asked. You all know I watch videos repeatedly of both council meetings and PCDC board meetings, so I know it like the back of my hand. Please do not tell my wife I have this type of memory. She is going to expect so much more from me. And the answer was no, not at this time. We're not going to visit too much of the past, but it's moments of a lack of communication that expresses this was a need that everyone knew about that was coming for the next 5 years, on top of the $3 million that is still coming out of the budget to go towards the Monarch. So you have $3 million that goes towards the Monarch for the bond payments, to service the debt. And on top of it, next year we will have $2.1 million, which is somewhere around $5.1 million going to towards the Monarch building. You will see Jerry in that space with both of his children. You won't see me going down the slide, but I will be there. I support the space, and it makes a lot of sense for this community. I think there needs to be a conversation, and Councilman Mateo, you spoke to it. There needs to be a conversation as to say, if you're going to send Shane out on the mission to make or to continue to have the Pflugerville Parks and Rec be one of the best park and recreation departments in the country, which I believe that it is. I've served on the Baton Rouge Recreation Commission, and I know a great park system when I see one. That how do you sustain it financially conversation is gonna have to come up, because what is happening, or what will happen in the near future, there is a hungry gentleman that's sitting in front of you talking right now for economic development. And I'm swinging at everything that it even possibly look like might come this way. This team is swinging at everything. And I mean, even things that we know we probably not big enough to have, right? We still swinging at it and saying, you're just gonna have to make us better when you get here, right? And so how do you have a limited pot of funds and both needs are great and important? And that is a conversation, not just PCDC, but the council as a whole has to have a conversation. Do you want more parks and recreation? Or do you want more businesses and economic development? And you gotta, it's almost, you can't serve two masters. You gotta figure out which one you want to do more of. And it's not fair to the director, because the director is standing up here answering questions based off of what his job is to do. He's doing his job. And I've been in council meetings, and I've been now today in PCDC board meetings, and I'm seeing this, and it's like watching myself have to stand up and justify why you should support a project that I'm bringing you that grows jobs. My job is to grow jobs and bring opportunities to the community. So it's like second nature for me to stand before you and present the case that this should be supported, right? Same thing he's doing. And so the conversation is much larger than where we're having it today. It is an ideology that has to really be thought through of what does the future of funding parks look like? Because there's obviously a commitment that the community wants it, but how much of it does the community want to directly pay for it? And that is the conversation. Jerry's wife wants a Grand Wagoneer, but then we looked at how much it costs.
Stop bringing up that Wagoneer.
I'm serious.
Stop bringing up
when
that
I saw that it
Wagoneer.
was a six-figure car, she still wants it. And she gonna still want it because it's a Wagoneer and it's $100,000. She gonna keep that want. You see what I'm saying? So you have to put the numbers out there. You have to have the communication. You have to have the conversations. Now, I do believe that the conversations are definitely getting better and is more transparent now, that we're having those conversations, those open dialogues going forth now. So that will probably alleviate my immediate concern from what happened last time, all right? But going forward, there's got to be a conversation, and as you did your points,
Yeah.
there's got to be a conversation
I was like,
amongst the council on how they want to move forward.
I'm looking at
on
these
this.
three, and this is expectation. And let me,
He kept doing this, so I'm doing it.
And let me add a third part to this. And this is a part that I asked the question, and I have not gotten a good answer because I don't think anyone remembers. When was the last time we did a 380 agreement? See, my problem is that that's the third aspect to this. And Darrell actually nailed it on the head when he talked about it. That, hey, wait a minute. If we're asking for this over here, what is the city doing on its end regarding using all the tools it has available to it for economic development? So again, I'm talking to you three. Y'all have me, but I'm going to be an advisor. That's it. What are you doing about all the tools in the tool sets? And how do you work to make sure that what's happening at PCDC is complementing what happens in the city, which overall helps support what's going on in the community at large? And I think that Darrell is exactly right, that now, given what I see between you and James, like you're having that open and honest conversation. But if we're looking for economic development, we don't just put some tools over here and just have them over here at the corner. We need to use the whole set of tools and go ahead and make sure that when we're coming in as one to make a demonstrable difference on behalf of the citizens.
Right, but to that point, again, the city council approves everything that PCDC does. The only bucket of money we have to work with directly are 4B funds. However, there are multiple projects all over Pflugerville where over the many years, for the 25 years PCDC's been involved in, that the PCDC, working with the city from the standpoint of the funding mechanisms, I'll just put it this way. I'm old enough to have been involved in PCDC where we did not have any money. We didn't have any money.
Literally.
Do you everybody get that?
Yeah.
We weren't talking about, we have the 12, whatever, million revenue stream cash flow here. Now, we would get to 2 million and we would just have a party. So it wasn't like we did everything with 380 agreements, but we had to, as we were talking with different groups, when we were acquiring this property here, whatever it is we were doing, we had a city council that I think understood what the economic development folks were doing and had high expectations for what they wanted us at that time when I was on the board to be doing. But what I'm getting to is if we had a situation with a project where we knew we did not have the bandwidth at the PCDC level, we would be working with the city, the city manager, their particular designees, as well as this mayor and the city council, on figuring out a way that we could approach it to make it happen. See a Stone Hill. All I'm getting to is, and this is extremely important, does it help PCDC do what it can do best by siphoning funds off like we have a hole in the bottom of the boat? No. That's been part of the history that we've had in recent times. I think that's changing because I think people have a better understanding of what that actually cost the community. But at the same time, and I'm glad Jerry said what he said, at the same time, we have a commitment that the council has made to the citizens through their votes and such for a project that it cannot not be successful. And we know if we don't do the job right, it won't be successful. So this is not like, oh, it's going to work. No, we have to be smart about this. And I think we have been smart about this from the standpoint of now that we know what the...
And I think Adam has the slide that, because I had to go back and look forward. It's 2.1 million in year one, 1.3, let me look over here, why am I looking over there? 1.359 in year two, $942,000 in year 3, $240,000 in year 4, and then it's
Am I missing
expected
something?
to be
Where is that?
zeroed out. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Look down at the bottom.
Right. Ow.
We're not that sophisticated.
Yeah, look at, it's the Monarch debt payment and the Monarch operations line.
Okay.
So
Oh.
that's how the 4 point something is.
I'm sorry. I was looking in the
Sorry.
other chart, not at the bottom. Okay.
That's
sorry.
how the 4 point something is.
And I think that we're not far apart from what the ask is and where we are. I think it's all in how we approach it. We are on the same team, and we all want city projects to be successful. The PCDC does not exist to harm any other part of the city. We're here to support. But in doing that, again, what would be the harm when Tracy says, well, we're not going to take the whole amount at one time, we're going to just take the 2.1. To me, it looks like when the decision was made that this funding was going to be done, and I wasn't here when that happened, it looked like, to me, it's baked into the cake. Well, we'll just get 2.1 from PCDC. And if that's the case, it all depends on what's happening economically. In earlier times, we might have been in an economic upturn. The opportunity might have been just right. The conditions might have been right. We have to look at where we are right now. We have to look at what's happening in the economy. We have to make our best judgment about what the projections are going to be. I think that we can, as Oscar said, we got your back. We're here when you need us, if you need us, but stay hungry and exhaust your resources because we have a limited amount of funds. And if Jerry and his team are as hungry as they have demonstrated themselves to be, which did not exist at the time these conversations were being had, now we see what's in the funnel. We have to prioritize. I agree that we should give the 2.1 million. We made the commitment. They need it. We made the commitment for year 1. I do not agree that we put money aside that we can't use because even if it's a cap, we've committed to that. My recommendation to the council, who ultimately will decide how this is done, is that we go year by year with a maximum commitment of the 4.6 million, and we reassess as we go in case the PCDC needs those funds to incentivize projects that will bring tax dollars into our community, much needed, to support the quality of life of our residents.
Let me say, just something to build on what you just said. Has there been a discussion about what metrics will be used to say, yes, the 1.359 should be released? Or, I mean, has that been discussed? Oh, he's going, but I don't, when one of my companies, VC raised $50 million in VC funding, and there were clear understanding and goals about how those tranches would play out, right? You don't just get to say, oh, we got the money and we can do. No, you got to hit those milestones, hit those targets. And is that a component of this set aside that we're doing, the $4.6 million set aside, to kind of keep you guys honest and saying, okay, we're doing what we committed to do?
Our tranches probably look a little different than with one of your patent groups, I'm sure. We have been working to figure out what it would take. So 26% of the adult population in the country have, and I'm sorry, this is a presentation I already made to council. I didn't anticipate anything had changed, so we didn't put anything for this group from the last time we had this conversation. But 26% of the adult population in the country have a gym membership. So if you use those numbers, and then there's a 1 person for every 10 square foot per population in a gym itself. So if Cowboys Fit is 45,000 square feet, they have 4,500 members. That's the projection, because they're not going to give us their roles, right? And so when we look at Cowboy Fit, Gold's Gym, and
Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness, yeah. We see a number, total number, of around 12,000 folks in this community, in the city limits, that have a membership to a facility. And we know that we have anywhere from 18 to 20,000 based off our population. So we know that there is a need potentially for that. And we believe if we have 3,000 members the first year, 4,000 members that first year, we're going to need that subsidy. If we had 10,000 members that first year, the math is just going to math. We're going to have 10,000 members paying $69 a month. We're going to be over our target. A facility like ours, which is right under 130,000 square feet, can hold 13,000 members potentially in the same industry standard we compare to Cowboys Fit or whatever.
100,
I'm sorry?
100 or 13,000, I'm sorry.
130,000 would be the size of the facility, which means it could hold 13,000
Okay.
members. But that's a climb. I don't think we're going to get 13,000 members year one, especially when the data shows that right now with our population, there's about 7,000 or 8,000 unclaimed members. So they're either going outside the city limits or we're less active than our peers in this national standard, which I don't believe to be the case.
Or gas is $5 a gallon.
Yeah, sure. And that's, I did not choose to operate this facility in this economic climate for sure. I'd like to go back when we were told it would be 60, 70%. I mean, when we're told it's going to be 67% cost recovery, there was always going to be a subsidy, whether it's coming from the general fund or PCDC or incredible donor, I don't know. But that was what we were working off of at the time, and that was direction from council and city leadership. And so obviously the goalposts have changed a little bit, and we're trying to ramp up to that, which means a facility that was going to cost $40 a month or $50 a month is going to cost $69, $70, $85, $90 a month.
You know what? I think that's a good point, because I think that speaks to what Oscar and what Mark were saying explicitly. And that's a really good question when that changed, because when you operate parks, you're operating in the red all the time. That's just what you're doing. This council made a decision with this specific facility that, no, we will not operate in the red about this. This will go ahead and operate in the black. Now, does it have a model? Yeah, you're looking at Round Rock Multi-Sports Complex, and I was talking about how this weekend I was out there and I was told by numerous people that quite literally the reason why they're doing the expansion they're doing right now is because of all that we're taking from the market, because our facilities are taking things from the market from them. And there is made to operate in the black, so they're like, okay, we got to build competitive facilities to operate with Pflugerville and work for that as well. But that does make a big difference, because if you're willing to operate in the red as a city on this, well then yeah, have your gym membership at $40 or whatever you're going to do about it. But if you want to say, no, this is different, we want to make this model happen, and based on the, I got to give credit to the person who spoke to us, because she was quite blunt about a lot of things.
And actually, that's what impressed me the most.
Yeah.
She actually said some things, even in the back of my mind, I'm going like, I don't know if I'd have said that. But the fact is, what she said was true.
Sure.
And,
There's a reason we selected her.
well, not only that, again, I have a financial background. So there were some things that she said, at one point, I'm going like, okay, am I about to hear a lot of song and dance? But then she just went cutthroat. And from a financial standpoint, and again, I'm not saying she was overly direct or anything. I mean, she
was still professional.
She did a finesse job. But the point is, she knew she had a short period of time in which to deliver the message. And
That is a big change. That, to your point, that is a significant change. So when Mark and Oscar talk about, well, what happened here, that is a big change.
We talked about it in the lunch and learn. I wouldn't have put indoor water in if I had to be 100% cost recovery at the time, because it's a loss leader. You lose money in that space. But it is what it is, and we're ramping up to run at 100%. What I'm saying is, and y'all have every right to make whatever vote you can, I'm just giving my professional opinion.
We appreciate
And I can come back every year. If I come back every year and for 1 year I haven't hit something and y'all say no, I've got to go back to council and say, then I'm short 1.3, we've got to pull that from general, I don't imagine you're going to shut down that facility. And I don't imagine you're going to take the membership at $100 a month and make it $200 a month. And so either we're going to dip into some sort of federal or some sort of reserve. We're going to cancel, a couple $1 million of programs or services or staff, or I'm going to have to come back here and ask for the thing that I was told I'd get for 5 years, right? I mean, at the time it was like, we have a 5-year run, and at 5 years, we are expecting to have the math work, us to have the amount of members needed to run the facility 100% cost recovery. I've just never been asked to do it year one, and I think it'd be really tough to get that amount of members in there after 1 year.
One of the things.
Does that not include, I know you're directly on membership, so it doesn't include tournaments and stuff that you would have at the facilities as well?
That's a great question.
Hear that?
I'm sorry.
I didn't tell them that.
Right. So in the presentation I've made to council in the past, a healthy facility that runs at 100% cost recovery normally targets 70% of the revenue needed for that from memberships and the other 30% from rentals and programs and things like that. If you're heavy on the program side, and let's say I'm going to need to be potentially if I didn't get everything I'm requesting, a lot more pickleball tournaments, a lot more basketball tournaments, a lot more volleyball tournaments, a lot more swim type programs and events, which is great. And maybe a lot more ESL classes or anything else that makes me money. What you'll lose is you won't have senior card games for free. You won't see adult and youth shooting baskets in a free play space because I now have to take every maxable programming space and drive revenue and rentals towards it, right? And so that's why you do 70% membership, 30% programs and rentals.
Yeah, I agree. There's a trade-off. I mean, look, if this facility is half of what the Round Rock has, dude, it's going to sell itself. That's,
Yes, sir.
And I've always said we needed something like this, and so you guys are doing it. So, but, the 30%, if it ends up being 40%, well, there's going to be trade-offs, right?
Sure.
So that's just the way it is.
So two things. One, the tournament stuff, if you guys are now already knocking down doors, talking to people, you've missed an opportunity for a period of time until that next cycle. So that's one thing. I hope you guys are looking into that. But the other thing is, when you were talking, what was encouraging, or what my brain heard was, hey, these dudes realize they got to take all these other guys out. And that's encouraging. That encourages me that you are working on a strategy to take Cowboy and all the other guys out here out of business. You need to be that aggressive to say, I'm going to eliminate the competition because I'm going to have a superior offering. So that's the way I interpret it.
I get it. I will say, and I've said this to council too, there's a study from North Texas that talks about facilities like ours elevate everyone. It raises all boats. And so there will be people at Cowboy Fit that'll come to us potentially, but what Cowboy Fit is actually banking on is that we will make someone that right now doesn't have a membership, to one of y'all's points, dips their toes in the water because it's more of a recreational space, loses weight, finds some sort of drive in something, and then says, I'm gonna go potentially maybe to Cowboy Fit where I find a community more like that. And so we believe there are available residents in the city limits that aren't accounted for yet. Not Cowboy Fit's folks, not Gold's Gym folks. I do believe Cowboy Fit shut down their daycare facilities.
Yeah,
We're going to see families come into our space, especially with an indoor pool and some of the other things, an indoor playground, an indoor kid zone. We're going to see families coming to places like that.
And Shane, to Oscar's point, again, I'm saying this, and I hope it's not just you, Jerry, who watches these meetings. I hope the council watches these meetings, because Oscar says something true. I'm going to say it publicly. Shane's already heard me say this about it. We have had people for years, willing to pay an obscene amount of money to go use our facilities. And we have said no. We have flat out said no. I mean, we are about to have one of the biggest soccer tournaments in the country, Labor Day, that's going to take place everywhere around us, including at NEMP, but will not be at 1849 Park because council's policies and decisions. And there's a lot of opportunities to make up that money. Again, I'm pointing to you three. Y'all have to make a decision on what you want to do with that.
Well, Earlier, and maybe I didn't convey it properly, but when we were talking about how this is going to bring in other businesses look at this first, too. They start looking at our Parks and Rec. But at the same time, when Shane is talking about bringing in these tournaments, I mean, I think, first off, I think of 1849. I mean, we're heavy on tournaments and low on leisure. But that's for a reason, because not a lot of people are out there, but we're able to utilize it and make profit off of it. Also, one of the strategic points of having the rec center downtown is people have to come into Pflugerville, which means when they're done, most of them either have to put in gas or eat here or spend their money in some other ancillary ways where we're going to recoup those taxes. So as you were saying earlier, DJ, we need tax money. Yeah, this is going to bring in that ancillary tax money as well, which will offset some of this money that we're giving them too. That ancillary tax money is going to come to PCDC because people are coming in. I mean, when we had kids, I mean, we took them to our tournaments. What did they want right afterwards? They wanted to go eat. Most people are going to eat here in Pflugerville. Well, if Jerry brings in the restaurant, brings a couple
They
of
want to
bobs.
come up with bobs?
Yeah, you know.
We got to incentivize them when we have no money.
So I'm gonna say this. I saw the horse out in the front lobby there, and it's not kicking anymore. So I think the horse is dead, and so I don't want us to beat it any more than what's already been beaten. I just want to be very, very clear that there's gonna have to be a conversation between both the PCDC board and the council on, because what ends up happening, and you guys don't realize this, what ends up happening is that Shane is being told to go and make these parks the best parks in the world, right? Which is what we want him to do, and he is the person that's going to get that done, okay? And then you all as board members are coming and telling Jerry to go and make economic development opportunities come here and make them the very best that they can be. And so ultimately what will end up happening is I will bring you projects either this year or next year. They are going to require a substantial amount of incentives. And I just want to go on record for saying that if you vote them down because you know we don't have the money later on, I brought them to you.
Exactly.
I feel the need to say I brought them to you. So if you vote them down later and try to nitpick why you didn't want it, or it had 5 employees and I really wanted 7, I brought the opportunity to you. And so you have to make a decision. Do you want to see ad valorums go down because more businesses are coming in and paying property taxes, or do you want to see Jerry stop eating double stuffed Oreos and walk on trails? And I will just
Make sure you date stamp August 19th.
Yes, sir.
At 8.
I'm taking
Because understand,
just
you
for
all
one more
have
thing.
charged me. You all have charged me with economic development.
One more
And
thing.
the council has charged me with economic development. And so you're not going to, I've seen communities where the rec person and the economic development person are looking at each other almost like, you know, like Smith and Guns, you know, like at war. I've seen this in communities. And Shane, first of all, Shane is too good of a person. Like, as a person, he is. Jerry's not going to war with Shane, okay? The reality is this council and this board, this body, is going to have to make a decision on next month, next year. Incentive project comes up and we have to incentivize a company that's got $400 million capex and 600 jobs, and they're looking for $9 million for the next 8 years. I don't want to be held accountable because you don't have the funds. I brought it to you.
And I, as
That's
a
all I
board
got
member,
to say.
as a board member, I don't want to be held accountable for us losing an opportunity like that. And to put a
But
pin
I
in it.
support-
But I support
Bring it to
Jane,
me.
I support the parks. I don't think it's an either or. I think it's much more complicated than that. My final question before we do what we need to do, can you remind me, please, of what our 2027 total budget is for the PCDC?
I'm going to yield to our finance director.
Okay. Can you give me a guesstimate? Is it 10 million? I think it's somewhere around, what is it, 9 or 10 million?
It's not, it's slightly above 9
So
million.
we're about to vote to,
But that's not fund balance. That is the actual budget for 2027. It's
Yeah.
somewhere slightly above 9 million. It's like almost 10 something and some change.
okay.
Your revenue is over 11. Your budget is way more than that.
You said our revenue is over 11?
Yes, you have revenue of.
Yeah, it was
I thought those numbers were changed.
I thought so too. I remember 9.
Right.
Yes, so she's going to address it, but I
Okay.
thought those numbers had changed.
I know what you're saying, Tracy.
I think the horse is kind of.
But
But the 4 million is, 4.6 is over 5 years.
Yeah, correct.
The biggest hit's going to be the first year, so.
Can I just kind of clear the
We just
air?
have to be very picky on what we get. If there's a problem, what you just said, that's a good problem to have, and we could go to council for that. problem.
Yeah, we can go to council.
And that's actually what I was about to say, is just kind of clear the air a little bit from the standpoint of this number, this 4.6 plus, was based upon a best estimate of an ask over a 5-year period. That's what the current council has indicated through working with the city staff and Parks and Regs is the appropriate number. From our standpoint, if we see it as a proper project, if you will, to support, we have to be careful to not just agree to the ask because of how it's going to be allocated over the years, so that there's a planning that can happen because now they have an idea of a potential resource that they can draw from parks in doing the budgets. If we go to we like the idea, but we were going to do it incrementally, what we have just done is we've placed the PCDC in a step in the process that we could have avoided, because ultimately the council is going to decide one way or the other. And I don't mean about this, I mean about anything that we do. So if the Economic Development Director brings up projects that are beyond the bandwidth that we have, that's what I was getting at earlier. And I've been in this situation several times over the years.
Bingo.
We work with the city to create the bandwidth as best we can to meet the market as to what it demands
Absolutely.
for that business, for that industry to locate. And from the Parks and Rec standpoint, at the moment, the scenario that's been created with this facility going into play. Nobody caught my pun. Okay. I didn't mean to put you all asleep. But going into play. I got it. Thank you.
I like how you repeated it.
We need to make a decision right now and just be, serious is not the right word because we are all very serious at this. What I'm getting to is be clear-eyed, especially, Oscar, when you're sitting on council, because this will be coming back up. It would make more sense to me, knowing what we're going into in the beginning of the process with the Monarch, to have the placeholder there. That's what was asked, indicated by council they would like to see. They can't tell us how to do it, but this is what they've given us. We've seen the insight that the best people who have been brought into this discussion can provide. It's not a perfect situation. But my biggest fear is not the 4.6. My biggest fear, and this is for the city, the community, not for just PCDC. My biggest fear is that's not enough.
No, I know it's not.
Okay? And I don't think any of us want to see that. So to Oscar's point, we want them to be hungry. And from what I heard from the consultant, that was part of what they were getting at. You will operate this and look at it from a P&L standpoint as to where your expenses are coming from, and you, and like
Oh, that's a
Shane
good
was
point
talking
that you
about,
brought up.
shifting it around to make the profit model work.
Yeah, we're absolutely dedicated to making this work. This has been a lot of fun tonight. I don't want to come back to y'all in a year and admit that we missed the mark. I'm motivated for sure. The economy is what the economy is. We're going to try to open up this facility. We're going to try to hit the mark. We've got a really good staff and we've got a really creative team. It's all we've thought about for 4 or 5 years. But I will say the only fear I have is if I have to come back every year, 1 year y'all decide y'all can't or y'all won't, and I had to have 5 years for a run-up, I don't know what I'll do about that. That's obviously not y'all's problem. That's me going back to council and talking to them about it at some point. But
And that's what Darrell's point is that, I mean, not only is this, but economic development as a whole, because there have been projects that have been brought to council that council declined on.
That's what I
And so
said.
council's going to have to go ahead and make a decision on things moving forward.
I didn't want to bring that up.
Oh, no,
That was what I was
now it's
talking
going to be,
about.
it's going to be nice to sit in the catbird seat now.
And now I'm convinced.
And to the point,
That's exactly
I
what
thought was really
talking
the point that
about.
Darrell brought up, which I thought was really good. It goes to DJ's and Oscar's point. And you're going to deal from that end. I agree with the thought process that these people are the experts. If something's not working, they need to cut it, and we need to allow for them to have that flexibility to do so. Because if they're going to have to keep coming out to council on something, it's just not going to work. Let the people who actually do this for a living. If you want it 100%, this is what you get for doing it 100%. This is what you have. Trust the people to go ahead and operate it at 100% recovery.
So I'm gonna make a comment and maybe even a motion. I don't know if I have. So this has gone a long way to change my mind. I'm gonna be serious because but I will counter the comment you made. I would love to have your shiny bright face in here.
I'll
every
probably
year
be back here after that.
to
I just don't want to be admitting we didn't hit the
to
mark.
talk about to talk about. I don't know if we can require it, but to talk about what happened and what's going forward.
I think we're going to.
Well, wait.
Come back and give an update, yep.
So against I want PCDC not to be seen as a piggy bank. I make a motion that we, approve this 4.6 plus whatever $1 million
Second.
thing with the stipulation.
Oh, it's okay. I don't care. That he has to come
Things
back.
bright, funny,
Yeah.
bright, sunny faces in here every year coming to say,
I'll give you an update. Gladly.
I think that's, I thought you were going there. And I think that makes sense because I don't know if I want to say it publicly. I agree, and I'll talk to you further about my thoughts on that. I don't want to say it publicly. Okay, I
Okay,
second
so we
it.
have a motion for consideration by Oscar to approve the 4.64 plus amount that's been asked, and that with the caveat that we would have a regular update by the Parks Director on how things are going to keep us informed as we participate in the financial endeavor of the Monarch.
Is it regular or annual?
Yeah, make it annual.
How,
it's my motion.
Yeah.
I think not
Go ahead.
annually, it should be 6 months.
Yeah, I was
What
gonna
happens
say,
the first 6
yeah,
months?
every 6 months. I agree with that.
What does that put
okay,
you?
so,
Going to change with the.
They're asking for
September?
it annually, so if we do it
Or
every 6 months,
August.
I don't know.
Okay.
We should get it annually, I think, because they're going to come back to us annually for more money, or tell us how much more.
I think 6 months is good.
I'm just saying it's intermittent, 6
Yeah.
months to tell you how's it going.
Okay.
I accept that. I accept that friendly amendment. Do you accept that?
Okay. I thought you were wanting like a finite every
Oh,
6 months. Yeah, okay, all right, I got you.
Motion.
the amendment, pardon me, the motion as clarified by Oscar, who made the motion, is that it is that amount, 4.6 plus, with a 6-month report, if you will, presentation on the performance of the Monarch.
I'd just say, just for the math, I think a year from now would be 6 months after we first opened, so if,
No, I know.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
would be August. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Thank you, because I was over here thinking the same thing.
I mean,
Look, I was like, wait, what?
it means August. It means August.
Okay.
Correct.
okay.
We're talking 6 months from when the gun fires shots and we start the race. Okay? And it was seconded, and the motion as stated was seconded by Rudy. So, DJ, I'll start with you on the vote.
I'm a no.
You're a no? Okay.
Yes.
A yes?
Yes.
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 Okay. So it is a 4-1. DJ's no. The rest are affirmative.
5.
4-1.
5.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You came in later. Sorry about that. Adam's not here. So it's a 5-1, affirm, and DJ is a no. And I totally respect that.
I know it's just a recommendation, the council gets the final say, but I think our focus, we got to take care of what's in front of us. And,
Right, and
I want you to succeed, I don't want failure, but that's a lot of money.
and I think Shane and the team understand what you were getting to.
I'm just voting my conscience.
That closes item 6C. We will now go into item 6D, 2026-0711. And it is discussion and possible action to authorize project trails funding in an amount not to exceed $190,000 for trail park improvements pursuant to authorized projects under Texas Local Government Code, Section 505.152. Shane, I believe it's going to be you again.
I'm privileged tonight. Good evening. Thanks for having me back
Never
so
look at
soon.
that word the same again.
Last summer, we had a budgetary issue or shortfall or whatever. The Parks Department itself, I think it was a 2.5 or so or close to that $1 million reduction. Some of those reductions that we put up for recommendation were portions of Rock the Block, Music in the Park, Egg Palooza, senior programs, rec programs, decomposed granite and concrete improvements to the trails, and the goatscaping. Council from the dais decided to make those line items whole with funding from PCDC. This is papering up that recommendation from last summer. It is 190? Okay, yeah.
Before Shane even goes any further, just for Shane, thank you, Shane. You must have felt what I was trying to say. So there was this perceived notion that the PCDC funds could be allocated for projects before coming to the PCDC board. That has been cleared up through conversations between the legal teams of both PCDC and city staff, that projects start here at PCDC and then they migrate over to the council. So this vote here, as well as the Monarch, are ways to make sure that we right-size how the projects are supposed to be started and how they're supposed to be funded, and then how the vote is then supposed to be ratified or approved by the council. And so there was some conversations from outside EDCs that had paid attention to how this project and the other project got started at the council, and there was some, hey, wait a minute, that's not how that's supposed to go. And then we had some conversations with our attorney, and then we rectified this by starting the project here, thus coming back before the body after 2 readings and going before you all for the vote, and then it will go to the council for their final approval. So that's what Shane was saying.
And Shane, what does this actually cover?
This covers a little more than 11,000 towards Rock the Block, a little around 4,000, 3,700 for Music in the Park, 5,000 for Egg Palooza, 13,000 for senior programs and rec programs, 125,000 for trail improvements, DG and concrete, and 25,000 towards to make the Goldscaping that are here currently whole.
That's what I was more wondering about, what the trail improvements on that. Okay.
And again, while Tracy is heading up here, I want to state again, I am in support of what it is that is being asked. I do, however, want to state that a lot of times whenever I go up to the council body and I'm making presentations, the questions a lot of times is being asked of what have you guys done with the money? And a lot of times what's happening is no one's looking at how much comes out for certain things. They're looking at the total number and saying, hey, what are you guys doing? In the future, as we go along, I definitely would like that the Rock the Blocks and Music in the Parks and all those things, if the PCDC funds are covering those.
So can I clarify this?
Well, just before you do, there's, even if the PCDC isn't funding them, let's say the PCDC isn't funding, the PCDC is cutting today a check for $190,000.
For trails. They're cutting a check for trails.
Again, I don't disagree with you,
Okay.
but there's no signs that says where the funds came from. And so the average citizen who isn't behind the tilt walls, that don't know about Cumberland or anybody else, or that small business, they don't know that the funds that are being generated through this organization covered project whatever, right? Like for instance, is there a sign at the Monarch that says some of these funds were covered by PCDC funds in the front when you walk into the doorway, like most projects? Those are the types of conversations that I think will help. If we're going to really be an organization that funds parks and recreation, then the average citizen should be able to walk in the doorway of a facility that's parks and recreation and see that those funds were spent by PCDC, instead of saying, well, what do you guys do?
So I'm going to say 2 things. One, that is a great conversation with your new lunch partner, because I think everyone agrees here that should be happening with that.
I'm enjoying this version of
He's so smart.
this version of I'm afraid of this version. This version is going to be scary. Okay.
And then 2, Darrell, would you entertain a motion?
It's got so much joy right now.
I will entertain a motion.
To approve
Oh my goodness.
6,
No, he already.
6D.
6D.
He's already.
D, thank you. 6D as presented. D.
So is it for trails or for?
It's for trails.
Things that he said, they're the part of trails.
Yeah. But I also.
I'll second, for the sake of discussion, I'll second.
It's for trails, but I agree with, like, why aren't we just putting swag out there? That's just stupid. Just put it out there. Like, I walked in today and I was like, man, that's a pretty good banner. And I'm like, well, why don't we just put it out there? So I agree. But this is just for trails, apparently. Thank you, Tracy.
So I have,
Come on back up.
I have a motion to approve item 6D as presented, and a second from Caesar, a motion from Rudy, second from Caesar. DJ?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 6-0.
I don't know.
Yes.
Adam
How
might have
about
said
it?
no. I don't know what Adam said.
There's still chocolate over there.
Very good.
Yes. Yes.
We now go to item 6E.
Got some back.
And Tracy, this is your time. And Item 6E, 2026-0781, discuss and consider action to accept the PCDC FY26 third quarter financial report.
Yes, good evening.
I'll get it later, don't worry,
So-
don't worry.
All right, so we are looking at numbers fiscal year end of June, and total revenue is at 63% of budget. It's a tiny bit misleading because we know that other revenue doesn't come in until September, so it does skew that percentage a little bit. Sales tax is at 73%. This point in the year, we're looking at 75%, so we know we're running a little bit low on our budget for that, and I will continue to echo interest is obviously down based on projections. I do want to talk about sales tax a little more, though, because we have gathered some information. It was brought up at the council recently how the city is doing against how the state is performing.
Oh,
and
good.
Year to date, not fiscal year to date, but year to date, as of August, the city has gained year over year around 2%. The state is actually at 6%. We have seen July's numbers. Interestingly enough, the state was up 14%. We were up 13%. So,
Isn't there a 2-month lag time? So,
It's July collections.
Yeah, but-
It's July collections. What we collected in July is what we're.
yeah,
the
but
percentage.
my apologies, I probably didn't
Yes.
articulate it well. Meaning that what we collected in July really reflects what was being done 2 months prior to it, so.
Correct.
In May.
I'm
So-
just saying, we're seeing an uptick in June and July already.
Oh, yeah, oh, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking the question, what the heck happened in May? Like a bunch of graduations or something? Like, that's a pretty
Yes.
substantial increase for May. That's a random month.
It's,
Yeah.
I was really wanting to make the point that like in the July's collections, when you look at the comparison between the city and the state, we're a little bit closer to comparison. Whereas when you look at the entire year to
The
date,
entirety.
we are behind. And, I mean, we've seen that, we've seen ourselves be behind all fiscal year. And so it is nice. June was up, July looks like it's up. We'll see August numbers here today or tomorrow. And so, it is looking like it's trending better, but we are behind the state average. So just pointing that out.
Do we know what that translates to in real dollars? Like, can we say that we're?
We're a
X
couple
number?
100,000 below what we budgeted, so we won't, unless
But it's
that
hundreds of
13%
thousands, it's not
continues for the
millions.
next 2 months, we will probably run a little below or right at our budget.
But it won't be millions, it'll be,
No, it'll be a couple 100,000.
To your point.
Yeah, 100,000 here and there, yeah.
And Tracy, with the sales tax numbers, I know in the past, there's been comments made about some of the adjustments were made because of misallocation in the reporting, not anything that
There's
we
always
did, but just as
audits.
far as.
Yeah, there's always
but
audits.
The question was, to that point, is it the auditing due to a particular municipality misallocation where it was earned in the area, but it went to the wrong entity, city, whatever it may be?
I would have to dig into the audits.
Yeah,
We don't
exact-
get that information.
Exactly. Or was it a business audit with some of the larger businesses? I'm just curious as to what that is, because I would like as we look at these numbers, to be really comfortable, because I know it does happen. Okay,
Yeah. Every year.
Exactly. But I would just like to know what's driving it.
yeah.
Yeah, we gain on audits and we lose on audits.
Correct.
So, sometimes it goes in our favor, sometimes it doesn't go in our favor. I believe the last time I reported on this, if you take the audits out, we were actually much better year over year.
Right.
Closer to like the 4%. Yeah, we would have to dig in to the audits. We don't necessarily get that information. We'd have to request it.
So to put a fine point on it, we do have an entity in which is a significant sales tax contributor. And so my question would be, was that one of the entities that was involved in an
No.
audit adjustment?
No,
Okay, thank you.
it was not. Total expenditures, 56% against budget. I mean, there's a few line items that are over the budget percentage, but overall, the majority of the categories are below. So overall, I mean, we're just a little bit above 50% of our full budget. I want to point out, we have a pretty substantial amount of debt service that will hit in July, and the development agreements normally get paid out in the fourth quarter. So those are numbers that will throw these percentages a little bit. But other than that, everything else, I believe our capital outlay projects are coming to an end, so that number should be fairly close to what it will end the year at. If you have any questions for me, happy to address.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. What I would like to do is move to item 5G, because if I understand, this will be a fairly quick, straight, there should be a lot of questions from us because you're going to tell us some good news and we'll be out of here.
6G?
From your standpoint. 6G, 2026-0753. And then after that one, we will go back to 6F, but discuss and provide an update on the status of the Helios Way right-in and right-out driveway and Impact Way Phase 4 project.
Point of clarification, do we need to make a vote on that last item?
No.
No?
No,
Just sure? Okay.
I have that right.
Thank you. Just wanted to
But thank you for asking the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Darren Strzeski with DCS, project principal. Corey Marks is the project manager in construction. She wasn't able to make it tonight, but she is online so she can speak and see what we're doing. So thank you for the high compliments at the beginning of the meeting. That does mean a lot to us. We usually don't have clients, get the feedback, so it's always great to hear that. We do strive very hard to provide a high level of service. That is something that we try to set apart as technically sound, but a high level of service too, because we are in the service industry. You hit a lot of my high points, or Corey's high points, so I won't rehash too much. We're all familiar with the project. Helios Way is the first part of the project. The deceleration lane is shown there on the left-hand side. The driveway that's constructed into Helios is shown there on the right. That is all but complete. This shot actually captured a truck going through the movement. The only thing that remains on this project is basically some revegetation on the north side of the road, which would be sod being put down. Otherwise, it's been open. I know they had ribbon cutting. I wasn't able to make it. I had a conflict. But Tommy McDougall, who's a construction manager with DCS as well, is here tonight, and he attended with Corey.
Darren, I'm glad you brought that up. It reminded me, that morning, the owner of one of the facilities behind it had said that there were still some materials left over there. Did those things ever get picked up?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
That was probably the laydown area. It's probably the disturbed area to the north of the road, or to the right, yeah.
Cool.
Yes, they were picked up earlier this week.
And then a picture of the ribbon cutting. And then the second part of the project, which is further south, is Impact Way Phase 4.
That looks nice. Like driving on the highway, you could see it over there as well, and I was just like, what is that? I was like, man, that's it. I was like, that looks great.
I literally had to go over there because I thought this was AI generated when I saw it. I said, wait a minute. I got in the car.
See with your own eyes.
I was like, almost caused Rex trying to look over and see what was going on. I was like, that looks nice.
So we did get an update tonight on the way up from the contractor. So asphalt, the second layer of asphalt has been laid. All the work has been completed. The road is striped. The only thing that remains is a little bit of guardrail on that first curve coming off the end of Impact Way by the Box Culvert Bridge. So Tommy and Corey will be punch listing the job probably pretty imminently for substantial punch listing. The one slowdown that we have right now is Atmos is a little caught up with some encroachment agreements with the city, so hopefully we can expedite that. Good news is Encore, which was the thorn in our side on phase 3, polls are up. That's all done, so that's great. Last time they delayed us by about 7 months, which was mind-bending. So,
No, my comments.
this couple shots of the detention pond, riprap, outfalls, pilot channels, nothing too sexy or exciting, but wanted to show it to you.
That looks cool.
Where we are on the project, September 11th was the notice to proceed in 25. Interim substantial was the 12th of 26. Substantial completion is the 19th, so roughly a month from today. And final completion is October 19th. Contractor still anticipates that they'll be about a month ahead of these schedules.
Outstanding.
Overall project status, $7.6 million was budgeted for the project. The contracted amount was $5.85. Total change orders, as Jerry had mentioned before, is a total of about $46,000, representing about 0.8%. And the actual project cost with change orders in was 5.9.
That's that 0.8, that 100,000 right there.
I caused a part of that too, by the way. There was a business owner across the street that came and said that this intersection right here gets dark at night. And there's cameras, but they can't catch it. So we had is it called a conduit placed on the other corner so that we can get a pole to be placed out there. So
That's right, and that is one sticking point that the guys told me on the way up. Encore has not provided the pole yet. We're calling, we're emailing, we're using our other channels to continue to try, hey, let's finish it. So that pole's not quite up yet. So
it'll light that intersection better for the cameras that's on that intersection for security.
Keep it
purposes.
safe.
Yep.
And then finally, this is our last slide. I've already mentioned contractors about a month ahead of schedule, the 0.8% that we've talked about, and the wrap up on the project is we're overall about 1.7 million under the original budget.
I need it. Good job.
So if there's any questions.
Yeah, I have one kind of a curiosity question. Have you guys or anyone else gone back and talked to the people around and said, hey, are you using it? Do you like it? You know,
I have not.
just
Tommy,
is there a
Corey.
utilization? I know we didn't
One of
instrument.
those strips that they put on to see how many cars are
Yeah,
coming
we
in and out.
didn't
That would be
instrument the
nice,
drive,
yeah.
but I just wondering, is it being used? And
Sign that says.
Hey,
brought to you by PCDC.
I've been using it.
There you go.
It's great.
I use it, and I watched some trucks use it when I took a break earlier. So
Why not?
I mean, we cool.
I think we should.
thank you very
I
much.
have no idea how long I've waited to do that. So,
It is a big deal. I mean,
We're having side conversations about why don't we have a sign up that says brought to you by the PCDC.
I mean,
So let's get that done.
it seems so minuscule, but it makes such a huge difference to be able to just get off
Yeah.
on the highway
huge.
there or get in
Right.
from there too as well.
You weren't the first one to use it.
Oh, no.
Come on.
No.
We were at the ribbon cutting and someone was
It
driving
was
down.
trucks.
Really? I didn't see that one.
Before we could even do
They had to
it.
turn around because we had to block it.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
don't
see
believe
that.
we have any questions, Darren, but as you can
you,
tell,
Darren.
we're
Really
pretty
appreciate it.
pleased with what's happening. With that, I'd like to move us into item 6F, and that is 2026-0746, discuss and provide an update on the status of the Accelerate Texas Partnership Strategic Consulting Services. Lauren, please.
If y'all need to get up and stretch, I would understand and appreciate
They
that.
have not watched our meetings.
Yeah. City council.
This is short
5 to
time.
2 in the morning,
Almost here.
10 hours straight, almost straight.
And it's lovely to be back in front of y'all. Lauren Postler, and there were actually some photos of my team members up there earlier. There was a great shot of Cam for Founders Day, so thank you. We are excited to reconnect and talk about the progress that we've made in our entrepreneurship and innovation programming assessment. Now, I do feel a little bit guilty that I got a bunch of slides, but I promise it's all good news. So, As a broad strokes reminder, we had 2 lines of effort, 2 LOEs. One was to assess programming. What were the services that PCDC was offering to support entrepreneurs, small business owners, startup founders, and innovation businesses? The other was the opportunity assessment for an innovation hub. So I'll be touching on both of those today. And what this deck is, we have companion narrative reports. I will be working with Jerry and Juliana to get those reports in your hand as appropriate. We also have one-pagers. And I wish I had just given y'all a bunch of one-pagers, and that's what we're gonna do next time. But I'd say the very positive lead-in is that Jerry and the team have been doing phenomenal groundwork in a very short amount of time. When I came in, and this was last year now, this was last year in the fall, and sat down with Jerry, this was a nascent entrepreneurial and innovation community. And I work with all of them. Round Rock, Cedar Park, I'm very active in Austin, everywhere.
I'm curious how you define it as such, because one of the things that we've consistently heard is the level and population of entrepreneurship and patents given in this community from these folks. But you just said it's a nascent one. So is it due to the fact that it's just a community that's just been operating from their homes and not getting the support from the economic development arm? Or how do you define nascent?
So Councilmember Rudy, thank you for asking. You'll see that we reference the ecosystem stage here, and in our narrative report, we do go deeper to qualify and quantify that. But I do want to point out that I said it was nascent. It was nascent before Jerry and his team started really delving into programming.
Well, and that's and my apologies if I didn't articulate that well. That's what I find interesting, because we've known for years that we have a disproportionate amount of entrepreneurs here in this community, but you still said it was nascent even before Jerry started working on this. That's why I was curious about that.
So to qualify, when I said nascent, I meant in terms of activity that PCDC was delivering.
Okay.
I did not mean nascent in terms of the presence of entrepreneurs. We were not qualifying the amount of entrepreneurial interest, the amount of founders with PhDs, which we know there are a number here in Pflugerville. There are some wonderful qualities that make this a desirable community for entrepreneurs and innovators.
So a better lack of term, which you're putting numbers and figures to actually what the stories were. We didn't do that before.
That was our job, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And I am excited that you all will have access to the deeper narrative report. In this presentation, we're giving the high-level strokes. And so I wanted to lead with, I'm trying to go back, let's go back. I wanted to lead with the positives and what has been happening. And what has been happening is that we are now seeing those entrepreneurs who were here now starting to engage in the programming that is happening, which has moved, let me go back. There we go. Has moved Pflugerville into what we'd call the next stage, which is an activation stage, which is exciting. You had entrepreneurs here, now you're serving them. We're all excited about that, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, yes, we're all excited about that, yay. What we found in a short dispersed survey, we want to target an additional 150 participants as we go into Venture Fest, which is our most active entrepreneurial programming in Pflugerville. What we found was, from this snapshot of participants, these were members of the EGBI cohort that is currently happening. The majority of respondents identified as small business owners. Small business owners, then entrepreneurs, and I know because I've had the opportunity to speak to many of you, we understand entrepreneur is a hat. It is a state of mind. It is a choice in your career path. But you can be a small business owner who's entrepreneurial. You can be a startup founder. But this tells us that we're starting to get to the distinction in kinds of programming, kinds of support that each of these entrepreneurs and innovators may need. Your needs as a startup founder are different than your needs as a small business owner, are different than your needs as a service provider. That's a professional service provider. You do marketing, you do accounting, you do finance support. Those can still be small businesses, and we know many of them are. So We're excited that we're starting to get, again, into qualifying that population of entrepreneurs that we know are here, that we know are hungry. And again, you all are going to have access to the deeper narrative report so you can see the full survey. These are snapshots. What are the founders and entrepreneurs telling us that they want? More programming was top of line. They said they want more support, they want more engagement, they want more opportunities to engage, and they know that there are specifics when they get into what they need. We also surveyed on access to co-working space. We looked at other types of support that they are interested in, which gets us into the Innovation Hub opportunity later on. Again, we can deep dive into numbers. Everyone's going to get a copy. You can deep dive into numbers. You all have my contact information, and we can drill down as deep as you want to go. For the purposes of today, what were some of the feedback that they provided? Customer acquisition was one of the toughest challenges. We know as a small business owner, getting through that first 2 years is the valley of death. How do we ensure that they are being able to pay the bills? Where are their customers coming from? First-time founder friction. This is your first time starting a business, growing a business. You don't know how to do it. Overspending on the wrong services. Oh, this just killed me. To hear some of the money being spent on marketing when they hadn't qualified what their product and service was. Oof. Strategic fog. So many ideas, not enough time, not enough direction. And then probably the one that we hear most consistently across communities, regardless of where you are, is that being an entrepreneur is a lonely job. It is a lonely road. And you need a peer-based community to make sure that you get the support you need along the way. So how do we measure success when we think about programming to meet those needs? People need access to customers, they need access to peers, they need access to support. We like to think of this in 3 distinct buckets, and this is deliberately designed in a pyramid because we start with the foundation first, and that is what PCDC is already doing. We are leaning into building that strong foundation, and we can measure activity. Again, we knew the entrepreneurs were here. Now they're coming out of the woodwork. Now all of a sudden we got the cheese and the little Mises are creeping out. Measuring activity will then, as we move forward, help us to measure outcomes, including moving from an idea to an MVP, a minimally viable product, to your first paying customer, to your second successful year. Capital and customer wins, small businesses stay in business, new businesses see the results and are attracted to Pflugerville. Again, we're building from activity to outcomes. And then eventually the goal, because I've heard this consistently in all of my stakeholder interviews with those of you I've had a chance to meet with, we need to make sure we're measuring the economic impact in our community. And that's one of the reasons that we're here, to work with Juliana, our wonderful new innovation and entrepreneurship manager, to make sure she is measuring the things that make a difference. That can include jobs, payroll, impact on the tax base, the Innovation Hub utilization. Are people using your programs and services? Are people showing up to your, place-based buildings? And then venture outcomes, revenue milestones, capital raise, and exits. The goal in all of this activity is to get to outcomes and get to impact. I don't believe in vanity metrics. I don't care about how many website visitors you have if we cannot see the impact at the end of the road. And that's what we're here to ensure, that in the programming that you're doing, the activity that you're measuring now, we see that translate into a change in the tax base and increased business support. So we are excited to be able to work with Juliana now, who was brought in, only a couple of months ago, guys. She has hit the ground running. God bless her. She's been wonderful to work with. And we know that she is equally as dedicated to seeing that activity translate to impact. So I'm going to pause there because we just had a long conversation about year 1 versus year 5, year 3. And I want to make sure that we understand that investments in programming are designed to have long-term impact. And these are the metrics we are going to be working with Juliana and the team to develop a clear dashboard that every time Juliana starts reporting, because I'm telling you, Lauren ain't going to come to all these meetings. I say that with love. We want to make sure that you understand the tiers that she's going to be reporting on moving forward. When to report, we're giving her guidance there as well. Activity will be reported. You're reporting through Adam and Juliana more than quarterly, but at least quarterly. Once we get into, this PDF did not translate, but once we get into tier 2 outcomes, that would be every 6 to 12 months. And then tier 3, which would be the impact, that would be revisited annually. Because there is such a thing as applying too tight of a screen on your numbers. We want to make sure we're giving ourselves room to breathe. From programming spend to economic impact, again, we're looking at jobs, capital, business retention, and tax base. How you should use these metrics. Let me pause there before we get into the Innovation Hub opportunity. Are there questions about how we are going to measure the impact of programming? Okay, hallelujah. Okay. The second line of effort that we were asked to consider is there the demand, and can we make the fiscal argument for an innovation hub? And we said that's a yes with guardrails. And this is based on stakeholder interviews that we did with many of you. I still got a long laundry list that I got to meet with people still. But we confirm that there is a universal need stated. It's real, it's aligned with SEDS, it's aligned with all of the strategic planning that you have done already as a community. The people are backing this up, and each of you as stakeholders have indicated this as well. So the clear guardrails and metrics that we want to make sure we're working towards is what are the metrics for success and testing the right mix of tenants, programming, and partnerships that will mitigate any risk to ensure a return on any investment. This is true of any project. We know this. I'm not saying something that y'all all don't already know, but we're going to put metrics around it. So what stakeholders told us consistently, business owners need more than events. As much as we love the events and we want to deepen investment in actual programming, cohort-based programming, incubators, accelerators, certification workshops, that's not enough. They've indicated they need reliable gathering places, opportunities to do business. This isn't the first restaurant owner or CPG product that has indicated that they want more space to test their business ideas. Maker spaces, food halls, all of those have come up in conversation in our surveys and with our stakeholders. Innovation is viewed as a community investment in your strategic plan, in your SEDS. This has been underscored time and time again. You're now at a point, I would say, and we'll move on to talk about the inflection point for Pflugerville, but that you have the team in place to help operationalize what you have said you want to accomplish.
And I'm glad you said that. We're going to move on to number 4. Let's focus on workforce readiness. So on the workforce readiness aspect, does that have to do with the skill set and the training to actually go ahead and have that utilization?
Yes, so this is part of what we cover in the more in-depth research, that the adopted strategy that I mentioned, existing momentum, and workforce research supports that as we're looking at business attraction, business retention, we need to be able to deliver programming and opportunities to advance that workforce hand in hand with existing initiatives, higher ed, TSTC, certification programming, skilled trades. All of that is built in as this woven fabric to support entrepreneurship and innovation, a lot of which you are already doing, but we want to knit those together in such a way that we measure the impact.
So if you had an organization or an entity that has been expected and actually received awards on a regular basis regarding reskilling and upskilling of adults, that would be a great partner to actually help utilize and help focus on what PCDC can do. Is that right?
Absolutely. And I love that you're mentioning partners, Councilmember Rudy. That is one of the things that we indicate has to be measured in the right
first one that
mix.
calls me. I've never heard one tell me that before.
Just a real quick question. I mean, all these are wonderful and I'm for it, My question is, I have to ask Jerry, do we have the bandwidth to do all these? Do you have the bandwidth to be able to accomplish all of these in conjunction with all the other things you have going on, looking for jobs, looking for, putting out,
I can speak to
requests
that.
for information? Well, he's the CEO, so I need him to.
He is.
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
The bandwidth and the capacity is there, especially with partnerships.
Yes.
The space of concern is the allocation of funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the reality of the situation is this, is that
Your team has.
when you look at, when you look at an organization, to your point about partnerships, I remember when I first got on council, the first thing I wanted to do was try to say, okay, how are we going to get more plumbers, electricians, and folks with the skills that's necessary? I went to Round Rock Economic Development Arm. Amy sent me that meeting. We set up a meeting with the director, and he said, Councilman Mateer, it's ACC. This is who we partner with to have the difference. The reason why we're able to multiply what we were doing is because ACC. And I was so taken aback. I was like, ACC? It's like, that's the place where I used to go ahead and make sure I didn't have to take Spanish 3 on campus, and I can go ahead and get credit for. And I read and saw what the governor's office has said, and that's been used as a benchmark. So
Correct.
he can't do this in a, just like you said, in a, all himself in a silo, but with a partnership with folks and allocate those skill sets and help that multiplication, for a better lack of term, he's able to maximize.
Well, the only reason I ask is, to me, there's a lot of stuff that you would have to do, and you would need a whole team, an additional team, just to do this.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I do want to highlight that right here very clearly across the bottom, we state the hub should be framed as a strategy implemented with a partner-driven platform.
I love that.
The only way that this works is with partners, because to your point, Jerry has doubled the size of his team, but they have a lot of commitments to business attraction, retention, and growing that tax base. The Innovation Hub opportunity will only succeed with the right mix of partners, the right mix of programming, some of which PCDC, don't go there yet, some of which PCDC will be responsible for, some of it will be partner-driven. And so this is part of what we wanted to assess. What is that right mix? What is that right mix of PCDC-owned? What is the right mix of chamber-owned, SBDC-owned, SCORE, ACC, TSTC? I'm throwing out a lot of acronyms. I know it feels like alphabet soup, but this is part of that assessment, knowing that we cannot do everything. It's also not our role to do everything.
And that's why I asked, because I don't want to put an undue burden on Jerry.
Yes, and I love that you answered that, and I love that I had it right up there.
She loves that even more.
And Rudy also set me up for this. The other communities that I work with, I've been working with Round Rock since 2022.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That's why he brought it up. I've been working with Round Rock since 2022. The day that I moved in, Jordan came over to my house. I had boxes in the back of my car, and she dragged me to a business attraction meeting. It has taken us several years to get to the point where people are now pointing at Round Rock and saying, look at all they're doing for entrepreneurs and innovators. This does not happen overnight, y'all. But PCDC is laying the groundwork that we can say with confidence that they are positioning Pflugerville to be competitive, to be the most attractive for the right kind of entrepreneur and innovator. So with regards to the Innovation Hub itself, and I'm throwing up my other clients up there. I know what's behind the kimono. A lot of this is public as well, though, so I'm not sharing any secrets. Austin, and I'm going to point out Capital Factory. It's one of the most well-known. It's nationally recognized. It's actually globally recognized as one of the core models for entrepreneurship in a community. They went place first. Josh Baer, dear friend, and I miss him very, very dearly. Very dearly. I have worked with him since 2016, had worked with him since 2016. He made a bet. He made a bet that he was going to invest millions of dollars of his own money to build out a place. For Capital Factory, the programming came second, and they struggled in the first few years. But he had a vision, and he had the bank that he could run that kind of test and experiment. In Cedar Park and Round Rock, they went programming first. Round Rock was very community-driven, very grassroots. There were a lot of community meetups. They had an entrepreneurship council that was very active. You know, their model is their chamber is attached to their EDC, so they have a different model of how they work. In Cedar Park, they made an early investment in a programming partner with Plug and Play. Round Rock just brought in G-Beta and Generator. I helped them do the assessment of all of those partners. We went into depth into what is the value of X program, what is the right fit for your community. Now, there's plenty of things that I could say offline that I won't in a public meeting, but in terms of place first versus programming first, we recommend that Pflugerville adopt a place-based but programming first approach. This is how we de-risk any investments. It is through programming pilots that help us convene partners, again, coordinate initiatives, support institution participation that will eventually contribute to this tax-based strategy. But programming first, that is the place where we're in right now. There are events currently happening. We are not running any cohort-based programming, incubators and accelerators. That is the opportunity in front of us, and I'm excited to work with Jerry and Juliana and the team to qualify what is that mix of programming, who are the right partners to be in the room, which will get us to then testing the concept of a physical innovation hub. Now, I don't care where it goes, y'all. You got a lot of buildings out there, you got a lot of opportunities. That's not on me. What we are here to determine, the Accelerate Texas partnership with my other, colleagues, is what is that mix that's going to de-risk your investment, qualify tenants, attract new businesses, and support the ones that we already have. So we do have a framework for how this should be tested, how it should be qualified. Here are functions that we know we need to validate: events and ecosystem convening, workforce and economic development coordination. Rudy, this is where ACC comes into play and other partners. Corporate and institutional occupancy support. So Jerry mentioned Fed Supernova. I have been in business attraction meetings all week.
Yes.
And I gotta go back out and party with some of them after this. So this is where we make sure, yes, you're invited, of course. This is where we make sure.
Part of the job, Caesar.
It's part of the job. It's part of the job. But this is where we make sure that we are supporting the work that Jerry and his team are doing. Part of it is we're their first Vanguard Scouts. Entrepreneurs, innovators, small businesses, and scale-ups, they eventually become the big businesses. We are the Vanguard, we are the Scouts, we are the pipeline that feeds Jerry. That way, he is able to work smart, not hard, with this absolutely scrappy team he's put together. So functions to validate what is the right mix when we're considering investment in an innovation hub. Because listen, y'all got enough big projects on your plate? Let's make sure we validate all of this before we come back to you. Remember the survey results? People are asking for space. They are. And I'm telling you, and I'm going to say this with love, because Darrell and I are meeting there on Monday. I cannot meet at, West Texas Pecan every single time I come into this town, as much as I love it, and they are darling. Your businesses deserve better. Your businesses deserve more. And they're asking for it. I'm excited that so many opportunities are on your plate right now. And here's the thing, y'all. I'm going to kick myself for doing this. I can put probably a year's worth of entrepreneurial programming that we can test at that new rec center. Don't make me eat these words later. There are opportunities already available for us to pilot and test programming as we are validating all of these functions and these needs. And that is the invitation that we have in front of us. Qualifying leads for paying tenants, membership-based revenue plans, and source, again, the right partners, the right mix, that when I come back in front of y'all, and it's not Juliana doing regular updates, when I come back and say we're asking for X amount of money, We will have had so many conversations, you are going to be sick of it, and you're going to say, Lauren, you answered all of my questions a million years ago. We're starting now. We are starting this conversation now. We're also starting with the city council, so there is full transparency, that there is an open line of communication, and we are supporting Jerry and his team to ensure that there is alignment across the board. I don't ever want to walk into one of these meetings and y'all are saying, well, is that our role or is it not? Because we are so in alignment. We have communicated every step of the way. Then when you talk about investing in more programming and eventually in an innovation hub, because that's what we're qualifying here, that you say, Lauren, you and your team gave us the information we needed to say yes to these numbers. So again, in closing, we're looking at today programming and partnership pilots. We want to build the evidence base to qualify who gets in an eventual building. These are the metrics. New businesses started, businesses still in existence, businesses that grew by revenue, businesses that grew by number of employees, number of jobs created, number of employees placed through Innovation Center and district programs, dollars invested from private and public sectors. This is the dashboard we are going to work with Juliana and Adam to build. Now that, God bless you, Adam, you've been working on a CRM. We had to start somewhere. We are excited that we will be able to come back and say, as a result of your investment in more programming, we're tracking new businesses. We are tracking jobs. And we can say to the community publicly, PCDC made that happen. Because you're right, DJ, we should have signs everywhere saying PCDC made that happen. That is why you are here, to make a difference. And we want to empower you with those tools to actually go and do it. I don't want another small business owner, I'm saying this with so much love, in here saying, how can you help me? I want it to be so clear, abundantly clear, that when she goes to the website, when she goes out in the community, she knows the support and access that is available to her. So let's make that commitment together, that as a team, we are answering the call of your small business owners and startup founders, and we are creating a path forward for them that is people-based, putting the people first, with program and partnership pilots that will eventually inform your place-based investment. And that's all I got.
Rudy, that's a better suit than yours. It looks like.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, I'm not touching that. No, we said, Rudy's walk-up song that was chosen by staff is Sharp Dressed Man.
Ooh, little ZZ Top there, I like it.
We're in mourning at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's quite a program happening right now.
It's a walkout song. Dun, dun, dun.
So just to tie back what
That's
you,
weird.
thank you for the
Yes,
presentation. You know how passionate I am
You
about
are.
small business development and support. And thank you, Ms. Bernard, for being here. I just had one of your juices. It's incredible. And I'd love to see you scale and grow in Pflugerville,
Yes.
in the community that
Amen.
you know and love. Now, to tie this all together, based on what was said during open comments, public comments, is there something we can do as a PCDC to begin to explore whether or not we can create that fund or a way to help small businesses to weather storms? You know we have our beloved Brotherton's Barbecue and them closing. And even though they were just outside of the city, and I'm not suggesting we're not still actively pursuing ways to help them, but this is a great example of why the PCDC and our mission is so important, so that we can provide support when a business is in distress because of economic pressures or other things, or if they're a small business, and I know how hard you've worked to help her scale. Where are we at that point?
Can I speak to that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Love this, and it goes back to our partnership strategy. What we want to do in assessing the partners, DJ, is determining who can bring in outside investment in forms of grants, pitch programming, other investment dollars, that PCDC is not the only piggy bank in the game. And I think that is something that is very clear, certainly coming through this meeting, that with the right mix of partners and institutional investment, I'm running search on grants and pitch competitions for my veteran entrepreneurs all day, every day. That's why you brought me in, to bring it here to Pflugerville, to bring events that bring in dollars, to connect Main Street businesses. We said retail and restaurants, I frame that as Main Street businesses. I am already working with Juliana on a mentorship program for restaurants and retail businesses. I mean, we still got to figure that out, Juliana, but you and me next, girl.
Yeah.
That would include CPG companies. I have a vision. Again, I don't want to
Consumer packaged goods for
yes,
anyone
consumer
listening.
packaged goods, CPG companies. I have a vision that Pflugerville is going to host the Central Texas CPG Expo.
Woo-hoo.
We can host it at the rec center the first year. Don't hold me to that. But the opportunity is to bring in partners to help offset this, partners who will also contribute, because we cannot be the only one piggy bank in the game.
I'm going to ask a harder question.
Bring it.
What can we do for a business like hers today?
So what we're going to do is you're going to meet with me after, girl, and I'm going to plug you into the Walmart Open Call program, how you get on shelves at Walmart, how you get on shelves at Target, at H-E-B, at Costco. And when Juliana and I meet to talk more about programming for the restaurant and retail providers, I've already tagged Texas Restaurant Association. I put in a call. I said, would you come out here to PCDC in Pflugerville, meet with these companies? I tagged my friends at CBRE to talk about what does investment in brick and mortar look like. We got you, girl.
Now, as a person who's already been through that process and have my product on shelves, I know that until you can prove that you have the traction, you got to have those turns, right? You got to have that sell through. So she's going to need, I'm going to pick, you're here, so I'm going to use your business. A business like this would still need to demonstrate through a brick and mortar presence that they can sell their product. So even though they would be the conversations, I'll ask again, there's an immediate need. Is there a way for us to at least explore addressing those short-term needs so that she can be a viable company for Costco or Walmart?
What I'm hearing is you're going to meet with me and Najeen after this, and the three of us are going to put our heads together.
Happy to do
The
it. That's
three
what I'm
of
here
us.
for.
If you, for a moment, I'm going to answer the question by saying, at this moment, PCDC has not historically dived into small business microloan programs or food halls. The conversations have come up quite a few times. I've shared with you all, an idea of a kiosk, some style from Virginia.
I can help with that too.
And so there's some opportunities that we need to see what that looks like. But one of the things that I will share with you is anything that we do far as small business loan programs or anything outside of what we already have. I'm about to sound like a beaten drum, but anything that we do beyond what we've already have budgeted for this year, it's got to come from somewhere. And with that being said, if we take $1 million, $500,000, $250,000, whatever that number is, and put it into some kind of micro programming, it's got to come from somewhere. And so, again, I want us to think about that as we move forward. We will come back to you all with some ideas as to what can be done. I will tell you, though, yet again, I feel like we are at a pivotal moment. It's an inflection point. We are, the revenues that we're talking about that we have, and so when I talked about revenue numbers earlier, there seemed to be this very jovial spirit about the future. And the sales tax projections are that our sales tax growth is flat, at least for the next year. And so, again, any new dollars that we allocate towards assisting our small businesses, it would draw from the fund balance, which is already next year going to be somewhere around 1 million dollars in the hole.
And if we're,
I just feel I have to be honest with you all, because you all make the decisions, but I want to make sure you understand that if any of those 35 projects come up off that list and say tomorrow that, hey, we ready to go, I brought them.
this is, I'm gonna, one more
I'm sorry, I
thing.
hate to sound like a beating drum, but it's the truth.
One more thing, and then I'll turn it over to you, sir, but I will say this, and of course, we all support and agree. If we're having multiple conversations about trails, we can have one conversation about real-life people who risk everything to become business owners and contribute to our community in more ways than just tax dollars. And if we can find money for a trail, I am certain we can find money to support our mom and pop businesses that call Pflugerville home. And we saved $1.7 million on that Helios Way. I'm not saying we can. I'm not saying we can because I don't know that we can.
We didn't. We saved 1.7, but then we gave 1.5 million to the Wells Branch Park.
And this is
So
why I voted
not
no. I want anybody out there, I want it to be on the record that that's part of the reason that I have the concerns that I have, because at some point, trails are wonderful and we need them, but we also need our small businesses, because you don't have a community that is vibrant and growing if you don't have vibrant small businesses. Thank you for.
Okay, so I'm going to actually tie all this together, and then we're going to go to our next item. The PCDC utilizing monies on the grants and agreements with businesses from an incentive standpoint, that's our playground. That's our ballpark. That's where we do our stuff. When it comes to the lending issues, and this goes to kind of what Lauren's
Yes.
touching on when she's talking about the partners and so forth. To deal with the organizations that do the lending, I definitely get it from the standpoint of a small business not having the contacts or not having the credibility. There may be issues, and this may be part of as we go through this, looking at these different avenues that we can pursue, working with the lending institutions that are within our city, with accounts or businesses that work with us and go to them from a lending standpoint to establish a relationship, because really the objective is not to get a little money now. What it is to get the little money now that you need to continue to move it, but what you really want is to build that financial relationship with an organization. It doesn't have to be the lender you start with, but you build that knowledge, and that's where the entrepreneur, the business, really begins to capture some ground and building their business to the level they want it to be, whether it's a one-person shop forever or whether they want to continue to go up. But the point is, it doesn't put the PCDC in a lending type arrangement.
Yes.
One, because of regulations and so forth, there's issues. But the other is, lenders are actually in the business, I know this is hard to believe, but lenders are actually in the business of loaning money. What they need and what they constantly look for are ways to vet people and organizations that they can work with. And so that's where I think we could, as we go through this process, identify some things through the partners, if you will,
And just for
to make it happen.
to put a pin in it, there's a gap that exists for
absolutely.
most small
There is.
businesses before they can get to the point where they can grow a relationship with a bank.
yeah, trust me.
Especially if you are a founder of color, a woman, the data is just clear. It is very, very difficult to become bankable when you have a small business and you need capital immediately to prove yourself enough to get there. And I support and understand what you're saying. Of course, that's not, but I would like to get some type of assurance, if it's possible, that we will at least explore some creative ways to give immediate assistance, as immediate as possible, to businesses that mean so much to the community, like Brotherton's, and I'm just using them as an example, or like Jeannie's Elixir.
So you all know I try to make sure that I'm telling you something that I can, stand on next year, next month, or what have you. I cannot guarantee you that it will be immediate, because anything that we do typically takes about 2 readings, right? Anything that we do takes about 60 months. I know, but I just want to make sure I'm being transparent. I don't want to sit up here and try to paint a picture that doesn't really exist. And so what I will share with you is come September, I will get with Juliana, talk with Lauren, and come up with some ideas or some scenarios that I will bring back to you all for you to consider, that may be able to maybe get a jolt or to a start to kind of where we're trying to get to ultimately.
Thank you.
That was going to be my comment in closing, DJ. You met with Tiara and I, my business partner. You know how dedicated we are to supporting female entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs of color. This is near and dear to our hearts as well. Our goal in this next phase of work with Jerry and the team is to come back with a proposal for this people-based program and partnership pilots that will include a mix to make sure there are no gaps in coverage. We hear you, we agree with you, and these are the people that we serve every day. And I appreciate everyone who's made time for these stakeholder interviews to share their feedback, because it's been so invaluable. So I'm working with Juliana. We are in the weeds on this, and with Jerry, we will make sure that in September, we come back with our next step in evaluation of what the mix could be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Juliana, yes, Juliana,
Yeah,
please.
I just want to say that when small businesses approach us asking for funding resources, even though we don't have any options at the moment, we send them a list of options: the SBA matching lending program, the local resources, people fund, and other micro lending and grants options. Even though it's not something that we do have in-house, we do share the resources available from the state, from the government, and from other institutions. I also like to tell them that we need to work on a few basics, because I don't like to say that the funding is always the resource that you should go. We have sometimes to go and build some basic foundations, and I just wanted to clear that out.
Yeah, and that's actually part of what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Because being in the transportation industry, and oil and gas, there's just not a lot of people want to talk to you. So you have to figure out how you can get a lender, because the one color they all understand is green.
Green.
You've heard that before? All right, so we will, yeah. So we will go now. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Juliana. So we will now go into our executive session at 6H, 2026. The time is 9:20. It's 2026-0744. Executive session item, deliberation in accordance with section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, economic development of the Texas Government Code to discuss economic development negotiations and financial information received from businesses expanding or relocating in the city of Pflugerville, and to seek legal advice regarding such projects, incentives, and negotiations, including projects, Nexus, Z-Star, Server, SIM, Texas, Anchor, Gamma Ray, Longhorn, Aeron, Blue Gene, Catalyst, Fizz 2.0, Neighbor, Fluid, Paradigm, Eagle X, Bravo, Fit, Trails, Expand, ACS, and RAD Plus. And it's also, number 2, executive session item 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending litigation with 15508 Impact Way LLC versus PCDC et al., case number 123-CB 00914, U.S. District Court of the Western District of Texas, and the third executive session items pursuant to section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.072, real property, regarding legal options and concerns related to private portion of Helios Way and assignment or transfer of same to the 130 Business Park Property Owners Association, POA. We are now in executive session.
That was a mouthful.
You ain't even trying to jinx it. He's like, I'm not. Oh, yeah, we do have a form. We got a form. Already? They probably ain't coming back.
Recording in progress.
The time now is 10:30. We have returned from executive session. No action was taken. We are adjourned.
He was stuttering for a second.